Alrighty, let's see, are we live? Let's turn down the music. Yeah, that is fine. What about this guy? Far, later, far, dark, natural. Great, super. That's cool, all good. Vlada, good evening. Alright, that's good. So today we're gonna do something a little bit different. We need to fix something with Programmer Network, and yeah, we need to fix something there. And so we need to essentially compose. Let me actually I don't even remember. So if we start this fella over here, do I have some pending changes here or whatever? Pull requests. I do everything with the platform. All right, so, and good evening, Adrian. Okay, so how was I doing it? Start, I guess, development sh. Let me also actually open up my, it's been so long now. Yeah, I did course. So today, just for a little while, we're gonna do something a little bit different, just something with our platform. So yes, I did solve that already a day ago or so. Yeah, that all now works. Yeah, I just wanna solve something with the Programmer Network now. And it's been a while, actually, to be honest. It's been a while since, give me 1 second. Since I even ran this stuff, right? Okay. No, these are not the real secrets. These are the dummy secrets. Don't worry. Darth Vader, good man. How are you? Good evening. If you have the time, Phil, come by later. Thank you, man. Shit. How was it? I literally forgot. Do I have a Docker compose here? Sorry, Docker file. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's what I've done before, right? Yeah, exactly. So I'm supposed to build the PnP API local, which I assume have removed. Yeah, okay, I see. So right, I suppose. Let's see, I don't remember. It's been a while since we did any programmer network work on the stream, right? I just want to do some navigation changes on programmer network website, more specifically on mobile. Then we're far from done with Kubernetes. It's just something that irritates me for a long time now, and I just want to do something a little bit different today. It's the weekend as well, so but give me a second. I'm having a, so what do we have here in this image? We have that, sure, great. All right, so we build that. Let me just try to I think that's what it was complaining about at the very least, I think. Yeah, exactly. So that's good. It's pulling them all now. We have quite a huge Docker compose file, and then that should be working, I think. Let's see. Container, nice. Okay, cool. So we should also see that technically here under containers now, right? Yeah, under, nice. Here it is, cool. Okay, good. So we have the API hopefully running now, right? So if we open up our UI, right? Where was it? CDF? Right, yes, nice. It's so long since we've been coding programming network, man. Even feels weird. Let's see. Yes, there we go. Cool. Okay, great. Let's just do this, and then we'll pin it. Alrighty, cool. So hopefully today we can finish something I wanted to do for a long time, which is the navigation. So more specifically, it's been a long time since we did any UI, but fundamentally, yeah, we need to redo the navigation for both for desktop and mobile. So this one doesn't work properly, and even more so doesn't work when you are logged out, right? So if I log out now and do this, there's nothing, so people can't navigate. It's very difficult, etc., right? And this is also broken because of something else, some other reason. So this is what I want to redo, and hopefully we can do that very quickly by using, what was it, Tailwind, yeah, this Flowbyte. Either Flowbyte or something, just find some mobile show navbar or whatever. Let's see if they have some navbars here that we're gonna, of course, then turn into our own Yale. If you guys remember, we built our own UI library called Yale. So we're gonna be working with Yale. I'm not using any UI library. I built my own for programmer network, right? So here it is. So hopefully now we can, yeah, just do that. Let's see, this is good. New widget, something like this is what I was thinking. Company. Let's try to find something interesting. My apps, notifications, comment sections. Wow, these guys actually have some pretty useful stuff that we can, okay, that's cool. But either way, let's find something that we need. That doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit too much, right? Navigation, side navigations, application shelves, drop downs. Yeah. Dashboard nav bars. Yeah, this is also what we should maybe take a look at one point. But it doesn't really matter for now. Let's just find what Tailwind nav bar. And I think, didn't I have like access to Tailwind UI, something I bought like very, very long ago. So if we go to, I think I used to have access to this crap. Docs, showcase maybe. Tailwind UI. Yeah, I think it's this. I think I have access to this already. Yes, okay. I'm just gonna find some nav bars, navigation. Just need the yeah, something like that, right? Yeah, that's decent. Yeah, very simple, nice. So maybe something like that. Your settings. No. Maybe this one, right? How do we preview the mobile version though? React, yeah. Okay, let's compare a few solutions. Lanky Moose Codes. Good evening, buddy. So we have that. What was the other thing? Navbar, right? Search block, navbar, dashboard, navigation, burger, menu, flow byte, navigation, Tailwind CSS button, React now. I just need something very simple to replace our current one, right? That we have. Yeah, exactly. There is. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Table headers, side navigations. CRUD layouts. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Maybe it's this. It's why, I don't know why it's called dashboard navbars though. It implies it's only used in the dashboard, which is slightly weird if you ask me. Yeah, that's decent, I would say. I mean, we have to remove a bunch of this crap. Yeah, I like this, to be honest with you. Yeah, this is not terrible, I think. Unlock this code. I see what they've done there. Fireflow.js. So this is some sort of a premium thing, I suppose, right? But I guess maybe we can also go with this. Fuck it. Yeah. Let's just do this, right? So we're gonna grab this crap. Well, maybe, yeah, let's grab that. It's been so long since we've done some work with, is this done now? Yeah. So let's go here, CDF as well. And let's, actually, no, we need to go to our Yale, to our yet another library, our own UI library. How did I call that folder initially? There's a lot of stuff. Louis GUI, yeah. Okay. So let's do it there. So let's open this up. And somewhere around here, because this is our core library, we'll need to create this stuff ourselves. So we have our own components. Do I have some sort of a like navigation? Have I created navigation? Nah. Okay, so let's oops, that's not really what I wanted, but whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead here and let's say components. Let's say navigation. Gonna create that namespace if you may, and then we're gonna say let's call this navbar, right? And then we'll create an index tsx. Oh shit, and fuck my life, I don't want to do this. Nah, that's bad. No, we can't use that. No, I'm not gonna use their components. No chance for that. No chance for that. Give me 1 second. I don't know why I can't. Yeah, that kind of sucks, man. Maybe I can just get their CSS, right? Sorry, there. Give me a second. Maybe I can just get their HTML, I meant. So we just need this bare minimum. Let's try with the HTML. Let's go to Tailwind Playground. I don't want their code or anything else. Let's see here. What? All right, I think that was good, right? Yeah. Yes, okay, good. So this is what I want. That's what I want. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So that's what we really want. So we'll just get rid of all of this garbage that they gave us here. And let's just find something like HTML to PSX or whatever. There has to be some converter, right? Yeah, there we go. So we'll start like plain, very plain here. And then we'll make this our own thing without their code, right? That's great. Mobile menu. Let's call this navbar. It's gonna be some functional component eventually, right? Yeah. Navbar, that's great. And then we're gonna create a story for this, right? And then we're gonna copy one of the existing stories like this one. So we're gonna say, how did I do this before? Yeah, navbar.stories.tsx. And did I actually do it? Oh, I created a folder. Interesting. Navbar.stories.tsx. Yes. Let's call this navbar. It's not taking any props right now. Has no state. Has no imports. That's great. And now we can actually go and look. No, we need to go to a local hosting. We need to run pm storybook, right? Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, cool. No. Did something crash? I think we had a crash here or something, no? Oh, never mind. It's fine. Or is it fine? Nah, I don't think it is. Probably, it's been several months since I streamed this, right? So we probably will need to, we'll probably need to update our dependencies and do other stuff. Who knows? But let's see what is the problem now. Unable to find index. Oh, I see. So actually, it's all good. No, never mind. What is this? Is our API. Let's close the API. We don't need it now. So the problem is this, right? We're not exporting something properly, I suppose. Let's take a look at that here. Navbar. Let's just reload this. So export default navbar. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's also correct. So what is it complaining about? Oh, I see. Yeah, we need to update the actual name, right? Okay, now we got it. Okay. So if we go to navbar, we should have something that looks, I suppose, a little bit broken, right? Yes, and that's because we're using prefixes in Tailwind, right? So we need to, because we have our own EL library, right? This is my own. I have this YL in front of every class, right? So that kind of sucks ass a bit, but yeah, let's just give this to AI so we are efficient here and just tell it, hey, I'm using prefixes in my Tailwind classes, just please add these as well. I have my own component library with Tailwind, and each of my classes needs a YL dash prefix. So please update the given code. It's gonna be way faster than me doing it. That's what AI is great for, right? See, just appending that YL to all of the stuff. That is superb. Cool. Yes, beautiful. All right, great. Let's grab this code. Hopefully I can copy it here instead. Yes, I can. All right. And let's paste it back in here. Nice. So if we go back here, now we have this in our story. So that's good, right? That is good. And that almost kind of works already without any JS, really. The only thing we'll need to add JavaScript for is just controlling the state of these dropdowns, right? And that's very simple. Okay. So let's okay. So actually, you know what? Let's communicate a little bit with our AI. Let's just tell it, hey, let's improve this, right? So let's just tell it, great. You know what, AI? Let's now break this down a bit. Let's have a navbar item component. Let's add state for controlling when the menu is opened and closed, and let's take out these SVGs into its own file, right? So actually stuff that we would do manually now, it spent 20 minutes. We can do in 5 minutes with this. So no point in doing things just for the sake of doing them, right? There's no value in that, right? This is basic. So we have a very good idea what we want. We'll just and we'll just do it way faster. That's what these tools are amazing, right? And then of course right now we have a separate navbar item, and yeah, blah 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 blah. These are very basics, very simple. And then let's create a components here inside of our navbar and call it, navbar item. We'll need to add some types, we'll need to write some tests, blah blah blah, but fundamentally we'll do all of that using AI, because why would we waste our precious time, right? We're not stupid, right? We'll clean this up. We should have been more explicit with it, right? Said, hey man, we want this, we're writing TypeScript, but it doesn't matter. We have Copilot for that. And then mobile, blah, blah, blah. We'll see about this. I don't like that, but it's perfectly fine. But yeah, that's not very good, but it's a good start, right? So that's great. bell icon, close icon, menu icon. So we have our own icon library, I believe. If I recall, I have my own icons. I mean, I didn't design these icons, but I have a... How can I close this escape? Yeah, so let's see here. Bell. Do I have like burger or something? Burger. Bell. Okay, either way, let's actually take these and then we maybe change them later. So I think this guy has actually exported these 3 icons. Yes, so let's just grab it like this. And let's go here to components and let's say here navbar icons. Let's just call it like that, but that's gonna go away. What is this NoSQL crap doing here? Okay. Navbar icons, right? Yeah. Let's just smack these 3 guys in there. Yes. Let's just say this is also FC. Actually, you know what? I have my own icons somewhere, shit tons of them. So let's see what we have in there. This is what we have in there, right? So we have SVG props. So I just suggest we do that, right? So we do this. And we import this, right? And that should be fine. And then we do the same for the other 2, right? Oops. Right, that's great. Okay, good. And then the same here, it's going to be /components /navbar icons, right? Okay, cool. So now in theory, this should already kind of work in our storybook. Let's go to navbar in here. So if we click something, is there actually anything to click? I don't know. Let's see. So if I do mobile, yes, there we go. Okay, so that's super. So that's very simple. That's great. We're going to have our own logo in there and we need to make the notifications work. We're going to copy the notification code that we already have in the platform. Let's go back here. Yes, okay. So obviously now our navbar needs some props, right? Even though we could hard code him. So we have the active state. Let's actually remove these very useless comments. Clean that up. Is active. Okay, we have that hard coded. Close icon, menu icon, whatever. That's great. All right, cool. So we'll need to redesign some of that stuff. It doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and now extend this with the prop. So I don't know what is this mobile prop. It's a little bit weird. We'll fix that as well. I think we have a isMobile hook somewhere. I don't know if I exported here. IsMobile. I think let's open up our front end project here as well. If I open the Kubernetes API infrastructure, nodejs. Yeah, let's actually find it. Where is the code for that? Open recent, more front end. Yeah, programming network front end, exactly. Didn't we have a hook here, like hooks mobile something? Use mobile. Yeah, here it is. Yes, use media query. This is the hook that we have in here. How am I using that hook in some places, I suppose? Yeah, here, for example, use mobile. And then we have really just a Boolean that, yeah, I mean, we could keep this component very decoupled and allow the consumer to dictate if something is mobile or not. So fundamentally, we don't need to couple this menu with anything. We want this to be dumb simple. It has some options and it shows them. And then logic such as that can be handled somewhere else. Okay, so essentially, yeah, we could pass the isMobile as a prop, right? So let's define the interface for this, right? So we'll have, say, a functional component. And we can, I mean, yeah, let's not go crazy. We could programmatically, or we could, yeah, let's keep it simple. So here we'll say isMobile. And then we'll do this as well. And then we'll, yeah, then we'll do something like this, right? Super weird, but yeah, that's gonna go away. It's okay. And then, yes, no, that's not what I wanted. Mobile. And let's actually just tell AI to replace this with use class names. Rewrite these two using class names utility, just so I don't do it manually. Yes, beautiful. Okay, so let's grab this this fella. Yes, great. Yes, yes. Let's import the class names. Nice. I don't know why is it appending these useless comments, but either way. So is active label href. Yeah, we will not have href. We're gonna have some routes, right? So this is gonna have to be a navbar or something. Navlink, right? Yeah, so these are gonna have to be navlinks. Okay, so let's now define the rest of this interface, right? So is mobile is defined, but it's never used. Weird. Okay, I thought. Oh. Yeah, this is really weird a bit, but yeah, that's let's just give it a chance, right? Let's just give it a chance. Okay, and then next thing we will, in fact, right, we'll define these options, right, as a prop. So we'll pass options here, and then we'll do it here. And yeah, let's create the types for this given component here. So we're gonna have, how do I do the, yeah, I'm gonna say types TS. Let's just move these away. So let's say export interface I navbar props, right? And then we'll do that there, just so we don't pollute this stuff. And then just say export interface e navbar option. Yes. Then this thing is going to be obviously right, e navbar option. But this active state is not really going to be defined. This active state is going to be controlled internally in the components. So we're going to have the label, we're going to have the path, or yeah. And then we'll see. Let's work from there. And then this thing really is going to be e navbar props, right? Gonna respond to you, Craft, in a second. Let me just focus for a moment. Navbar props, right? And then we'll loop through here, right? What we really need to loop through is here, right? So we're gonna say options, yeah, map, navbar item, blah blah blah, beautiful. href label is mobile. And then of course, yeah, okay, we'll see about that. So I'll actually just take this thing out of here, right? We'll go to our nav story. Hi everybody, good evening. Thank you for coming, man. So let's say is mobile true or whatever. Just hard code these states now. Let's say options, and then let's let the AI do its magic, right? Good, man. So wanted to continue with Kubernetes. This stream, we're gonna do that most likely tomorrow or some other time when I stream. Now I just want us to yeah, now I just want to fix something with the programming network. It's been so long since I programmed anything for the platform, right? Why is my AI not? Yeah, not doing its thing. Really weird. Come on, man. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy, Copilot. All right. Okay, cool. Let's just leave it like that. Okay. Great. Let's take a look at the story now. So why do we even actually need... What is the purpose of this mobile thing, right? Shika, my friend, good evening. So what is the purpose of this? Like, wait, so if I set it to false here, what happens then? What the hell happened there? So weird. Okay. Oh, it's about the top menu, I guess. Okay, it's okay. Fine. All right. This we'll redesign this stuff. It's fine. Okay, so we almost got our navbar working. Of course, this is gonna be our own logo. I don't know if I have the logo in this icon logo. I think we have Programmer Network logo, right? Did we actually? Yeah, we have icon logo. So let's, and do I have some, didn't I build like some generic icon for our library, right? I think I'm using like, I think I have, there should be, I think we have a centralized icon. Yeah, here it is. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So in theory, if I remember, it's been so long again since we used this. So where's the logo here? Navbar item. And we have to do the same over there, right? So we need to do this same thing there. Yep. Let's just do it like this. We'll need to handle that state internally, as I said. Something like that, right? So that's going to be a default. That's going to be a default state. Yeah, sure. So yeah, this can indeed be a Boolean, right? So we'll just say active option is, let's say, option dot label, whatever. We can have an ID or something like that, right? We can compose that outside, right? But let's do it like this for now, temporarily. We'll write some tests for this anyway. And then I guess when we click on one of the options, we want that option to be active, right? So, so we can actually just wrap this inside of a div of some kind or something, right? We can put a key there just so we don't pollute this thing. Then we can say on click. We'll just do lambda for now, but then we'll turn it into a function, right? What is toggle menu? Let's not do that for now. Let's actually, let's create a... Come on, man. What the fuck is that? And yeah, this is a little bit problematic now, right? So what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna have to change this to navlink instead from the React router DOM. So this cannot be an href, right? Then this is gonna be 2, I believe, right? And then this is gonna be, yeah, let's say now href, but this really should be path, right? This should also be path, right? Yep. And then something like that, I suppose. And then this should be path as well, right? And I think we're missing some context inside of this story. So if I search for navlink here in our storybook, in our component library, I think we'll need to card, yes. Yeah. So let's see, we need a decorator with router, yeah, exactly. So now, if I remember, if we go here, we just need to provide this decorator with router decorators so it understands the context of this. Nice, and now it actually works. So now the state is properly set. So that's very good. Okay, small mobile. Yeah, that still works. And yeah, this menu should be closed when you select something, right? So now if we go back here, right, okay, great. That's super. So I think that's almost it. I think we'll generate some tests now. And maybe change some style. We need to change the logo. We need to, yeah, shit, we need a little bit more though. Now in production, what do we have? If I go to Programmer Network now, we have this crap, yeah, profile. So we have courses, meetups, profile, logout. Then we have notifications. We have this for creation. Okay, so let's just mimic that here. So here we're going to say courses. That's what we really have in the platform. We have the meetups. We'll maybe still keep some of these things there. And then these kind of active states we'll need to redesign. Potentially this background will gonna have to be very different as well. And then here we need our logo, right? So here we're gonna use our own icon component, I suppose. How did I build that? I don't remember. And then icon name logo or icon logo, nice. And I suppose I need to give it a width, Yale width of, I don't know, 40. Yeah, here it is, nice. Can I give it a color? I don't remember. Yeah, I should be able to primary something, right? Yale BG primary, text color primary. No. Fill primary. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah. And I think there's something wrong with that logo. So if we go icon logo, I think there's a path inside of this animation that has a color that's hard-coded or something. Let's see. We have the fill here. Transparent. So why is this part, the blinking part, what's up with it? Let's see. Yeah, this is the animate part, right? Current color, repeat count, duration, stroke. Yeah, so this animation doesn't seem to be getting... Alright, that doesn't matter, I guess. How is it in production? Yeah, there it's correct, right? And what CSS classes do I have there? Stroke, current color. Yeah, so we have it here as well. So weird. All right, there we go. Cool. And then, yeah. Right now, we don't really have a background there. So I guess we should probably remove this one, I suppose, as well. And then take a look at some of the styles over here, right? Yep. Yale background gray 700. Nah, it's not gonna be like that for sure. And I think we do need the text still, right? So if we go back here, icon logo, I think we still need to say programmer network, but we'll probably put that in a span of some sort, and then say class name text Yale text primary text color. Yeah, maybe gap. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so what if we say MD, and then we say width of 6 on mobile. Actually, very good, man. How are you? How is life? It's just, what the hell do I do with these things? I don't like that. I don't know, actually. I don't really like that. So maybe we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Then we have these notifications there and these drop downs, right? So no new notifications. So I guess we could smack this one back, create a course, organize a meetup, profile, courses, meetups, logout, settings. Interesting. Oh, fuck. So annoying. Why IntelliSense doesn't work sometimes, man? It's so frustrating. Let's do Yale text primary background color. Yeah, something like that. Where is this? Hover, yeah. So just as a test. Yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of style that I need to change here. This is pretty shitty now, to be honest with you. So let me actually not touch it at all. Let's just leave it as it is, because I don't have the will to do that now. I just want to do the rest of this stuff. So that's okay for now. Yeah, that is fine, I suppose. So then I guess I'm missing some of these things now. Do I have a drop down of some sort? I guess that's what we need. Where's this bell icon over here, right? Yeah. So we have a bell there. It's going to be for our notifications. But then, George, good evening, man. Long time no see. Yeah, I do have some drop-down component. I can see. How did I build this? Children button. Do I have a story for that? How do I use that? Drop-down. Yeah, here it is. Click me. Yeah, I see. With children, with long content. With children. Okay, drop down stories. Let's see, how do I use this crap? Interesting. Okay, so let's take this. And let's go here, right? Let's do this. Let's give it this. Let's just say here some random stuff like this. Then we go to navbar, right? Okay. What do we have there now? We have profile, logout, and settings. Profile, logout, and settings. Okay. And then we need to make sure that that's also gonna look good, right? On yeah. Okay, so let's where did we add that thing here? So let's just say instead of this crap, right? Let's say icon as well. Icon name is gonna be user, or I don't know, settings, icon settings. Let's actually do the same. Let's give it this size. So hopefully it's going to be the same size as this one. Yeah, there we go. What is this crap, man? And I guess a lot of this is because of accessibility, right? So that's why I suppose it's as it is. But yeah, on mobile, I don't think I should have it there. On mobile, I think I should just have everything here in this part of this menu, right? So actually, now when I think about it, it should only be on the desktop. Yeah, right. So yeah, so this guy essentially should only be if it's not mobile, right? And then the rest of these items should be there. Then yeah, we can control, I guess, that from the outside, right? So this menu is going to be kind of dynamic. So what we're going to show in there is going to really best of luck on your YouTube. I have no YouTube career, my friend. I do this very randomly. I don't actually care about YouTube nor the stream. Just do it because it's fun sometimes. So there's no such thing as YouTube career. I have a job and a wife and kids and stuff. So there's no such thing as a YouTube career. All right. So yeah, so these will be all on mobile. All of the things we're gonna be in here. So that's good. So, 'cause, 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 ' should all of it just be there? And maybe just separate it, so just have some separator, basically home courses, and then maybe a separator. Yeah, I don't actually know now what would be the best way, but I think just smacking it all in this menu would be better than just having 500 of these things, right? Potentially, right? All right, let's create some sort of a potential separator here. So if we get over here, let's just create an item that's called that has path nothing, and then label actually no, let's just say is separator true. Yeah, good evening your way or whatever, I can't pronounce that, sorry man. Okay, let's just do it like this. Type, yeah, link. Let's actually be a bit more stable in an interface sense, right? So yeah, we're gonna pollute that a bit, but who cares, right? Then here we're gonna say type separator. Well, actually gonna go and create an enum for this, right? So let's go over here. Let's say export enum e navbar option type, right? I think that's better. And then over here we'll say dot link, right? Yes. And then here we're gonna say enavbar dot separator, right? Okay. This kind of makes it now a little bit annoying, right? And then here we'll say, yeah, if option type is a separator, yes. And then just for the sake of these errors, right, we can also say if is a link, right, we can then just smack this guy in here, right? Yeah, yeah, actually no, that's not gonna happen, right? So it's okay, we'll just do it a little bit differently. We'll just cast these guys, right? Because we know that, well, we actually don't know, but we don't care, because you need to pass the label for your menu item, otherwise what are you doing, right? And then here as well, kind of need to, we'll merge this logic together soon, because it's two pieces of code really duplicated. Actually, so we do that, right? And then there's a separator that we're gonna design now. Let's actually zoom in a bit. So we're gonna have some separators there, but we don't want to really have them on I mean, we could actually in theory have them, but we don't really need them here, right? So I don't think we need a separator there. So we're gonna really say if it's a separator, and is mobile, right? Platform you're building is a, I mean, it's every project is a every project is a product, right? Just what is a product, right? So I'm building it so maybe one day it becomes something, but you never know, right? Why are we still seeing it? I mean, it's supposed to be kind of filtered out, right? Yeah, that's weird. Okay, let's figure it out. Actually, do I even need that crap, man? For now, I don't think so. Let's maybe. This was supposed to be quick. Now we're just doing too many things, right? Way too many things. Way too many useless things. So let's actually leave this type as it is. I actually like that. It's okay. Let's just not do the separator crap, right? And let's actually make these mandatory. Okay, so let's not worry about that. So we have that. The other thing that I was annoyed in production is the experience when you are logged out, especially. But even when you're logged in, there's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of crap that's annoying. Why is this here, man? Yeah, so yeah, navigating now stuff is very hard. So we need that navigation there. We need a back button of some sort. We need to be able to get back, right? I don't also like this centralized here at all. Or maybe I do. I actually don't know. I'm streaming now on Twitch, right? And YouTube is just, I'm mostly talking to people on Twitch. YouTube is not very good for streaming. It's just I stream to both places at once. But yeah, it's for sure, yeah. I mean, streaming programming, unless you're behaving like an idiot and then you're entertaining people, is not really very, it's not a thing you really want to do. That's why I say I just do this when I have the time and when I have nothing better to do. Otherwise, it's a waste of time, honestly. It's not, you don't do this for anything other than just having some fun and meeting people, right? Streaming, programming, again, especially like actually programming something and not shitting on things is not something you want to do. I mean, start it, man. Absolutely. Maybe your experience is going to be different. It all depends, again, what you're trying to achieve, what is the reason you're streaming, right? If you want to make money or anything like that, I mean, I make more money probably in 10 minutes than I've made for a year on Twitch. It's pretty useless in that sense, right? If you want to have fun and meet people, absolutely go for it, but don't have any expectations. Other than that, basically. So for the sake of having fun, you know, definitely go for it. Yeah, why not? Absolutely. But besides that, complete waste of time. All right, I actually don't like that at all. but it's, I guess it's okay. Okay. And then I need to, how do I do notifications in the other project now? So notifications, where is it? Where is the other thing over here, right? Yeah. Yeah, but you want to do that on Twitch, and it's, yeah. It's gonna, yeah, for sure. So actually I have this service and stuff in that project there, so I need a way to, yeah, smack it in here. Had some questions. Yeah, you can just ask it. You didn't, yeah, ask it, of course. Small mobile, large mobile, what is happening? What the fuck is happening? Okay. All right, so another thing that I see is that we're gonna need to be able to pass children here as well, because so this notification will actually not have here. So we'll actually get rid of that. So we'll in fact get rid of this part entirely. And then we're gonna provide some sort of children, right? So we can pass it from the outside. So this is kind of should be our core. This should really be the menu, right? And we should be able to put something in there. Basically, just mimic what we have. So we have our notifications done like this. These things we said we should probably put in that menu. I'm building a finance management application from my personal one, and in that I had an issue with budgeting, so I shall... Yeah, but I don't understand your problem has... How is your problem correlated to technicality like that? I'm not actually... I'm a little bit confused. Your problem doesn't... it doesn't make sense. Your question doesn't make sense too much. You need to be a little bit more specific. What do you mean? I had issue with budgeting, so should I use WebSockets or normal API? You mean, what do you mean budgeting? Like, can you be a bit more specific? Because I don't know what you mean. I don't know, like, you mean budgeting how? All right, so that's fine there, right? And as I said, right here, over here, let's just say children, right? So we can provide some children there. I'm using Cloudflare images, yes. I'm using, Cloudflare has a service called Cloudflare images. Yeah, but what does that have to do with the protocols? That's what I'm confused. Why does it? That does your question? How? What do you mean? I will be adding some kind of expenses. Why does it matter? The thing is, I think I can only assume that based on your question that you're a bit confused with generally like what WebSockets have to do with you adding an expense to a database, right? If you need to submit some form, you should do an HTTP request and save it in the database, right? I don't see how what WebSockets have to do with that. So if you have a form where you submit an expense, you're gonna do an HTTP request and save it. Why? What would you use a WebSocket there for? You're not gonna be submitting that report every second, or right? WebSockets have nothing to do with that. They solve entirely different problem, and they're used to right. Yeah, but that's not what WebSockets are. I suggest you read a little bit about what does that have to do with many users submitting. No, that's not what WebSockets are for, man. Like, let's just discuss it a bit. I think you're a little bit confused there. That what you're thinking that WebSockets are has nothing to do with what you're thinking about. Nothing. You have HTTP, and we have WebSockets, right? This is a full duplex connection. This is a live connection to your client. This thing opens up, keeps a live connection between your server, your WebSocket server, and a client. This thing is request response cycle, and you save a form, you hey server, save my form, and your server says, all right, form saved. Responds back with form saved, right? Form saved. This thing is a live connection, right? You use WebSockets for building a drawing application or a game server or something like that, right? This you're not going to be, this is your form, and this is your WebSocket server. What are you going to be doing here, right? Your user is going to submit an expense and move on. It's not going to be submitting the expense every millisecond, right? So why would you need a live connection between your form and a socket server? That makes no sense. How many users do you have now, by the way? I can answer probably that question saying you probably don't have any users. You're the only user, right? You haven't even built it. And you're already thinking, what if I have, let's even in theory imagine that the question you raised made sense, like in a sense of protocol. Just build it, man. You will see how hard it is to get one user. Yeah, so you have no user, and there's a high probability you will never have more than yourself anyway. So, you know, you should focus on building the product, not thinking about useless things like that, right? Such as, oh, is my protocol going to be scalable? Because you can build anything in a shittiest possible way and it's still going to work, because you building a product that somebody's suddenly going to use is almost impossible, right? So don't flatter yourself that much up front, okay? So just you know, I don't think it has anything to do with being beginner. Beginners, these protocols are fundamentally easy, all of them. HTTP, WebSocket, FTP, whatever. That's not the point. The point is, like, if you're building a product, then focus on building the product. Like, not like I need to solve scaling issues and I'm the only user. Come on, right? This is all a syndrome of being influenced by all of these internet influencers who talk about performance. Most of them, or majority of them, never actually experienced any. They just talk crap, right? And then they deceive people like this who can't ever finish anything they start building, because, you know, without even building the thing yet, you're like, oh, here's HTTP going to be fast for me. It's like, dude, it's fast for Amazon and every fucking website on the planet. It's going to be also sufficient for you, right? But I don't blame you. You're just a victim of internet brainwashing. It's a tragic thing, right? It's a tragic thing. All right, so let's smack some crap in there. So let's say icon as well, just as a demo. All right, there it is. Cool. primary text color. Cool. I don't know, chick. I don't know that history. I have no idea, man. I have no idea, my dude. That's too theoretical for me at this point. Let me just try one thing here. Nah, that's fucking terrible. Alright, that's actually not completely disgusting. I suppose maybe just this. No, the white is fine, okay. Alright, let's do that. Let's not spend too much time on this useless stuff. That's okay. Then there I'm gonna have my notifications and other stuff. Where is it? And then that children is fine there as well. So yeah, this we're gonna merge as part of that menu there, right? So yeah, we're gonna merge it in here. Yeah, fuck, that looks so bad, man. I don't know, not happy with this at all. Yeah, and also we have the children now, which should come in it. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, so now the so it's not, yeah, calculating this properly now for some reason, I suppose. Yeah. So where's this thing? No, not there, right? No, not there for sure. Is there a specific reason you're using Storybook from the start? Well, I mean, what you're doing is an anti-pattern. The whole point of Storybook is that you isolate yourself almost, You treat your components as applications themselves. That's like saying, is there a reason why you're writing a unit test and then the code, right? It's the same example, right? That's what you're supposed to do because it makes sense. Now I'm focusing on this component. I don't want to be dealing with application logic, doing HTTP requests and stuff. I isolate myself in here. And then, yeah. And yeah, because I see. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, again, be driven by logic and by things that make sense, not by who cares what others are using, right? Storybook is a great pattern. It's a great thing that happened to the UI community. And it's absolutely fantastic, and there's really zero reasons that anyone can point out why you wouldn't use it, right? It's in fact, it's very hard to find a reason not to use it, right? So yeah, we'll need to maybe, yeah, we'll see about this. Where does my icon logo? Oh, okay, so this is basically small. Taking so much time with this crap, man. And then we have this crap as well, yeah. So yeah, all of this stuff will basically move inside of that menu. So we're getting rid of this fully. Yeah. So we'll get rid of that, but then fundamentally the issue still remains with, so yeah, so we have this sign up here. So I guess we can have that still there. We need some sort of navigation so people can, so I guess that would solve it in a way, I guess, right? Okay, let's just give it a all right, just because I'm a little bit, to be honest, yeah. Let's go back here and smack this in. Actually, that's yeah. Fuck now. I really need to figure out how I want this to be actually. So there's a state when you're not logged in. There's a state when you're logged in. So I guess we could have that there always. This guy, and then here we're gonna have on top the little the burger thing, right? Yeah, I don't also like that. I do not. This is just OpenAI. Cassie, my friend, good evening. It's just OpenAI. This is just, I'm just hosting this UI server, but I'm using ChatGPT. I'm just paying for the OpenAI key. Oh man, fuck, dude, why? Yeah, man, I'm not happy with this at all. I don't know, man. I'm not happy with it at all. It's just a shitty menu, I get it, right? But I'm not happy with it. Absolutely at all. Cassie, just doing some PN stuff for a while. Then we're gonna get back to Kubernetes things. Desktop and main container. Mobile menu button. So when I moved it there, why? Oh, I see. This is why, right? Yeah, man, what about yourself? How is everything? Oh man, you got a new one. Well, what happened? Why did they fire you? I'm from Denmark. I mean, I live in Denmark, in Copenhagen. How come? What happened? What happened, Cassie? Ah, it was expected. Okay, man. Well, I'm very happy, dude, that you got it back. So we don't actually need that crap there, but we need it here. Okay, that's actually very good. That's good. That's good. That's what I need. Okay, very good. So that's maybe a little bit better. That I like a little bit better. At least my brain perceives it better. Nice, man. Nice, nice. Very good. Very good. All right, so that is not absolutely disgusting. I can tell you that much for sure. Yeah, that is not absolutely terrible. So maybe we can keep that for mobile. Actually, reserve some space here, right? And maybe reduce the size on. So we say Yale width of 6 maybe, and then MD. Yeah, maybe that's not absolutely terrible. And then where is this focus in this shit? We'll need to at one point in time maybe do the accessibility stuff. Unfortunately, yeah. Actually, what is the point of having a hover on a mobile menu that you can't hover? That makes absolutely no sense at all, actually. All right, so it's starting to not look terrible, at least, at the very least. It's starting to not look terrible. Where's this icon? Close size. Yeah, that's, yeah, should we maybe? All right, that is not absolutely disgusting, at least. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have so far? So we have this shit. We'll actually get rid of this. There's no point anymore, so I'll just get rid of that, just so we don't pollute this code for no reason. Yeah. And then maybe. Right, something like that, maybe. Yeah, okay. And then some children there, which we will need to figure out what we're gonna have there, right? But I already see one of the issues, right? Not the issue, but something we're gonna miss. Because right now, this is fundamentally when you're, like, we also need to, yeah, I see. So maybe the sign up thing we can have in here. Like, so maybe we're gonna have to be able to support an option, which is a custom node or whatever, right? I mean, that would be, I guess, that would make some sense. If you come here, you're not logged in, you can see this, this, and that. And then maybe one of them is this sign up thing, right? Like, how do you navigate? Like, I don't have any social platforms, man. Like, how do I navigate with other, like, let's say LinkedIn. I have LinkedIn, so, So if I click on someone on LinkedIn, let's say on myself. Okay, so there is like a little back icon. Okay. So I guess that's what we also need, some sort of navigation. So on LinkedIn, I have a back button. No matter where I go, kind of takes me back. Okay, so maybe that's another navigation thing we need to do. Okay, good, I guess. So we'll need a little back button on mobile, no matter where you are. Okay, all right, so what I'm gonna do actually now is I'll just move this folder literally from this repo to our project. Just test it a bit, then kind of move back the changes there, and then we're gonna deploy this as part of our story, as part of our Yale library, right? Because we have this external npm package that I installed, so everything is basically built through packages. But for now, I'll just go to the project, to the actual front end. I'll just close a bunch of this shit here. Then we'll go to components, I suppose, somewhere here, right? Core. Yeah, core, I guess. And I'll just paste this thing in, right? So we start kind of testing it in the within the actual thing, right? So here's the core thing. Now I guess I have some navigation here, or nav bar or something. Yeah, mobile nav bar, yes. But I guess I have a nav bar here, yeah. So let's say here nav bar, but this one, the new one that we just, wait a minute, where's our nav bar thing here? So I'll not import that one, I'll import the local one, right? Yeah, this one. And then we need to pretty much like, let's go to navbar stories and let's just give it this for now. Just gonna hard code that. So if we go to the localhost now. Ah, yeah, I see. We need to update some imports, I suppose, yeah. So we'll need to import the icon from, yeah, that's really fucking bad. Why is it showing? Oh, yeah. So that's correct. That's super weird, okay. Then we have that, right? Let's import this. Yeah, okay. All right, so well, the menu is there now. I don't actually see anything. That's weird. I don't see our menu items, but that's okay. And if we take a look at so why are we not seeing these options now? Oh, I see. So yeah, this should be basically label. And this should be label as well, I suppose. So that's one issue. And another issue, of course, is these YL prefixes, I suppose. Do I have them in the front end here? No. Yeah, exactly. So we need to kind of unfortunately get rid of all of them. So I'll just nuke them all like this. And then I need to do the same inside of these components. And have our item. Okay. Then I guess we also have this shit, right? But we don't have any classes there. Okay, good. Okay, cool. Then we have some padding issue there. So we have this px4 that we'll get rid of. Actually, there's... All right. And then, of course, now we have this logic, specific logic for mobile. So we'll actually so this navbar is always going to be shown now. So no more exceptions like hey. And then we'll get rid of that. Cool. Then we're gonna actually go back here because now we can in fact give it a navbar. The mobile, so we'll just say here is mobile, So we have that hook working now. And then we'll need to get rid of that sign up thing. Okay, cool. Navbar. I suppose. Yeah, now over here we can say, I mean, we can actually just say, yeah, px4. Yeah, and then ilg md px0, right? We probably, I don't know if we want this to push the content down or not. We'll need to figure that one out. Also, there's, yeah, there's some padding on this button that I actually dislike. I'm gonna go and nuke that. Yeah, exactly. Then we can clean it up. Justify center. Okay, cool. So that's better, I guess. Yeah. Now, of course, when it comes to the items, as I said, I want to move all the items in this menu. If you're on mobile, you see everything there. That means that now this mobile navbar, which we have somewhere, mobile navbar, it's going to have some options that we want to, and notifications and a bunch of other shit. Yeah, so we want to kind of move, and we're probably going to have to kind of extend these with the icons and stuff, but for now, let's not do that. So we're going to have home, profile, add a thought. So I'm just going to move the strings there now. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say, you know what, mobile navbar. Let me just check production. I don't remember. What do we have here? Profile. So you go to your own profile, I guess. Okay. So there's profile settings. Okay. Profile settings. Home courses, meetups, profile settings. We'll need to home courses, meetups, profile settings. And then we have these types of things: new article, organize a meetup, create a course. Okay, maybe that could still be a bottom menu as we had before. So maybe we could keep that, but just at the minimum. So let's see. So yeah, this guy, right? Okay, actually, yeah. Now maybe we could have two of these working in different modes. So if you're logged in, you see this one, something like that, right? All right, we'll see. Okay, going back to this. And this sign up thing, I mean, I think we could keep in theory. We can just, where's the sign up? Yeah, mobile join bar sign up. Yeah, maybe that's not terrible, yeah. Okay, and then essentially here, yeah, so here we'll need to do a lot of stuff, right? Yeah, we don't want to have these here though. All right, so essentially, something like that, right? Then we can have an enum here of some sort. Mobile, desktop, both, yeah. So we'll actually do that now. So let's go ahead. Then we also need, that's what we need on click, right? We can actually say here, label string or whatever for now. All right, so let's implement that logic now, right? So let's create some sort of utils file here. Let's remove these useless files. So let's go to navbar, to our navbar. Let's create a utils.cs, and let's say export const get shown on. Ideally nothing. Ideally you should not use any Flux or any Redexes of the world, whatever, if you don't need them. If you need it, I use Redux. I've been writing Redux for almost since it came out very many years ago, so that's the only state machine I use. If I need a state machine, I use Redux pretty much, yeah. But I always give my best not to need a state machine. That is so that's what I would say basically, yeah. Ideally try not to use anything, yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, man, come on. What is happening with VS Code, man? Really? What? Yeah, actually, what the fuck? We don't... Really? Alright. That's weird. Alright, we'll write some tests for that for sure. We can also do this, right? Cool. Okay, so now in theory, if I've done all of this properly, yeah. Where's the other options? We had some other stuff as well. This one, right? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, that's not gonna work, but it's okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, so let's extend this with, let's just say on option click, handle option clicked. And also let's say is active. Set active, what is it? Is, I guess here we'll say active option, right? Active option. Yeah. Okay, cool. Interesting. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. That's the wrong type. Yeah, this is a closure, right? So type of this is rather different. It should be something like that, right? Hello. All right, but this is a, yeah, let's just fix this very quickly. Okay, that's correct. And I mean, technically, yeah, we could. So option is active. Where is this coming from? Yeah, exactly. So here we'll do like evaluate. If is active, is going to be active option is option.label, right? I don't know, something like that. Does it still work? Well, surprisingly, it does. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, let me see if I like that whatsoever, because I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, let's just say that maybe I do like that. Okay. Does that still work? No? Okay, good. That's what it is. Navbar options. Okay, let's see why it doesn't. Why is it not shown anymore? Hello. Yeah, that was a very exciting hello. I just answered in the same way. So what happened here though? I don't know. Key is index. I don't want a key to be an index. I want a key to be a label. Ah, a local host is here. Nice. Hey, buddy. Good to have you. To see you again. With this stream, we're just... why are we not showing this anymore? What happened in mobile? Options for mobile. What do you mean finished? What does it mean, finished? Can you explain? What does it mean, finished? Finished how? Is Facebook finished? What do you mean finished? Can you elaborate? I don't know what that means. What do you mean by finished? I don't know what that means, man. I don't think you know what that means either. Okay, so this hidden is messing it up. But what does it mean completed? What do you mean completed? How do you complete a social platform? Can you explain that to me? How can you complete? A product is never complete. What do you mean? That's why people have jobs. There's no product ever on the planet that was ever complete. A video game is never complete. So what do you mean it's not complete? Complete how? Can you define complete? So this hidden is messing it up, I guess, right? Yeah. Yeah, but that's wrong. Oh, okay, so yeah, that was in fact wrong, right? Okay, good. And now where is this padding coming from? Oh, this space x4, yeah, this thing, right? Okay, that's what the AI added actually. Okay, good. That's better. That's good. That's very good. But it did mess it up a bit, I think. Let's see what happened there. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, because now we move this fella in here, right? All right, we'll need to fix that. It doesn't actually matter now. We can just do this, I suppose. Let's see. Okay, so we can leave it for now. Like, we're not gonna finish it now anyway, but let's leave it like that. This project has been in production for a long time, my friend, for a very long time, for a very, very, very long time. Yeah, I mean, something got messed up in the meanwhile, right? It doesn't matter. This is not gonna complete this now anyway. It's just let's take a look what happened here. So I think because yeah, I'm now changing the structure of this thing, right? So I suppose here we can say space x. Let's say space x4. Yeah, thank you, man. It's kind of always nice when people find a stream in YouTube. YouTube is really bad, man. But I guess, yeah, moving it over here. Can we do like PY4 or whatever, just for 1 second? Yeah, something like that, right? So now it should be fine. Let's just say PY0 MD. So I guess that should make it fine again, right? And maybe it would be better if the menu that we spawn is fixed or something like that, right? So it kind of, so it overlaps, but it doesn't actually really matter. It's menu open, right? Why do I need the ID here? Ah, it's because of, I see. How to get into SAS? You just build something, man. Just find an idea you like and just build something. I'm not sure what do you mean, how do you get into SAS? How do you get into building things? You get into building things by building things, right? You sit down and you build it. That's pretty much it. There's no philosophy, theory there. If you want to build things, you sit and you build things. If you want to lose weight, you go out and you train, right? So there's no theory courses. You don't need that. How do I build things? Well, how do I build things out of wood? You take the wood and you build it, right? There's no theory. I cannot tell you anything there. You need to warm up that chair, and if you want to build something, and build it. That's pretty much it. There is nothing more. So how do you get into building things? By building things. How do you learn to play an instrument, a guitar, a saxophone, whatever? You do it by starting to play. Pretty much. That's it. There's a lot of bullshit on the internet. There's a lot of influencers. There's a lot of crap. There's a lot of all sorts of the bullshit. But fundamentally, how do you do anything? You sit and you start. Not tomorrow, you start now. And that's it. Watching endless YouTube videos or streamers or whatever is not going to suffice. It's not going to do it. You simply got to sit down and do it. That's it. Like with everything in life, there's really no philosophy of such kind that's needed. You achieve everything in life by putting in the work. And of course, some people have to put more work than the others. You know, not all of us start from the same place. Absolutely agreed. 100%. No question about that. But, you know, That's how it is. You embrace it and you move on, and you start where you start. You can't choose where you're gonna start anyway, so why waste time with feeling pity for yourself, right? You just go and yeah, you do shit. That's it. That's all we can do, really, right? That's really, we can just do what we can control, and that's what we should focus on. The things we can control, right? That's pretty much it. Doing anything out of the ordinary is hard, right? The easiest thing for all of us who have jobs is to go to work. That's fundamentally the simplest thing. Everything is kind of programmed, more or less. You get your salary at the end of the month. There's very little variability there. But if you want to build a company, that's a vastly different experience. It's the hardest experience, probably. Probably hardest experience. Okay, so this is starting to not look absolutely and completely disgusting. So it's kind of starting to look something that I can look at and not be like, wow, this sucks. So that is okay. That is good to know. So let's keep on going. So on option click, so actually we have the on option click already, right? So if we go back to the utils over here, no, to the types maybe. What the hell happened there? Yeah, we can actually get rid of this because we don't have, yeah. Yeah, so we don't really need this one, right? If I go to my, where is it? To the app over here, right? So we have is active, which is weird. We shouldn't have that either, but yeah, actually that shouldn't be there. But let's actually do have on click here, right? And let's just keep it as is. So now each option has on click pass to it, right? I love you, man. Thank you for coming, dude. Let's, whenever you have the time, please come by. Yeah, I mean, really, that's all we're gonna do. So the option really has on click, right? Where do you make websites? I have no idea what that means, my friend. Zero idea what that means. Absolutely no clue what you're saying. So we have the paths, right? But that's not sufficient. If we take a look at the other nav bar, where was the other crap? Components, core. I guess that... you can use it on GitHub pages for free, Cloudflare pages, and then a million other web hosts, right? Just go to Google and type web hosting. You cannot fundraise without having a product. That's impossible. So don't waste your time. How can you find other people? You can't. You need to either pay them or influence them or find friends who share the same vision as you. So yeah, nobody's fundraising anymore by having an idea, because everybody has ideas, but executing that idea and building things is vastly different, right? Would I need to buy a domain first? Not necessarily, no. Like, you can go to GitHub pages and just have a I don't know, your GitHub username.github.com, for example. So depending what you need it for. If you just need it for yourself, you don't need to buy a domain. But you could buy a domain if you want, but you don't have to. Okay, so let's do that now. So I'm just gonna go to production, and let's take a look at these things. Courses. So yeah, so okay, so let's go over here and we'll say home. I guess what is home? That would be just slash, right? Yeah. Then we have courses, meetups, and then over here we basically need, right? I don't know. It's kind of weird that you don't see. This is a platform called Programmer Network. It's a platform for programmers. You can go and check it out. It's www.programmer.network. Okay, cool. So here the profile is going to be really a template literal that looks like this. And then I suppose, what did I have before? Settings, dashboard account, okay. And then logout, basically, yeah. So the logout, yeah, we'll see that in a moment. And then, of course, this is great. Okay, so this kind of system works. So let's just say here none as well, because there's places that we don't want to show. Let's just update our utils. If shown is none, return false, right? But it doesn't matter if I'm senior, man. I'm not a. If I had an idea on how to make money, I would do it myself. That has nothing to do with seniority. If people could just build products that sell because they are senior, then I would be a billionaire and I wouldn't be talking to you right now, right? So if I'm a senior or not, it has no correlation to giving you an advice on building a product. I can just tell you that if you want to build a product, you need to sit down and build it. If I knew what to build and be successful in that sense, I would do it myself, right? So don't, again, you have to understand there's no majestic people out. I have 20 years of experience in this industry, which doesn't mean that I can tell you what to build, right? Because if experience was needed to know how to build a company in such a way, then, I mean, it doesn't work like that, right? I cannot tell you what to build. Nobody can tell you. Literally, no person on this earth could tell you that. Because if they knew, that's the same with these idiots who kind of tell you where to put your money on to bet. If they were certain who's going to win, they would put the money themselves. They wouldn't be selling you that information, right? So there's no such things like, oh, can somebody tell me where to put my money in, right? That doesn't exist, man. It's just not, doesn't work like that, right? If I knew, I would do it myself. I wouldn't be sitting here. JG Dev, good evening, buddy. How are you doing, friend? I'm building a programmer network. You can go to www programmer network and check it out. Okay, it's starting to look acceptable at the very least. Mobile navbar. Then we have this thing which we will probably actually use, but with like in conjunction with. Okay, so if I in theory now I haven't really been streaming, man, in like 3-4 months, and now I'm streaming Kubernetes. I've been basically doing this. I'm gonna do a Kubernetes course. I'm now just fixing some program network stuff, but yeah, but I haven't really been streaming in a long time. I just came back like I don't know, like a week or two ago. You cannot, no. So Programmer Network is not an open source project, but I have some libraries which are open source. There you can, of course, do that, but the core project, no. It's something that I'm building. But if you want to contribute, you can, of course, take a look at some libraries that I built here. So that would be amazing. I built a bunch of stuff, Programmer Network, so feel free. So in that sense, you can contribute, yes. Yeah, exactly. Login button is missing indeed, yeah. From the new menu. So I guess we could put it here, right? I guess we could smack it in there. I'm not asking you to tell me what to build. I'm asking you how big products were. There's no such, again, you're overthinking it. There's no such thing as big products, man. Nobody sits and builds a big product. Products are built from the ground up. Every product that exists today has been a few thousand lines of code with one feature, right? So there's no such thing as a big or complex product. Complex product become complex by years of time and features in building, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you want to build something, you have to start somewhere. Nobody sits and builds a complex product, big product. Every single product is a simple minimum MVP, minimum viable product, until it grows over years, and then complexity kind of arises due to just function of time and the features, right? So how are products built? You sit and you build them. That's how. Nearly every company out there, tech company that exists, has been a single founder. Some guy sits in a basement or invests his own time and money. So that's just how it is, right? There's no such thing as big product, complex product. That terminology is fundamentally flawed, which is why I'm opposing that terminology. Nothing is complex, right? Complexity arises again in time because we build and build and build, and then suddenly something becomes big, which still doesn't mean that it's complex if you do it properly. If you follow at least semi best practices, nothing really is ever complex. Every feature is a system on its own, almost like a microservice. Think about it. Phil, good evening again. Good to see you, man. So how do you build things? You sit and you build it, right? And then during time you see, oh shit, this thing has some potential, and then some friend of yours or someone's like, hey man, I can join you and help you out. So there's no secret. If you want to learn about building products, you should probably read the Lean Startup book, maybe 15 years ago or something like that. Or 10 years ago, I was in an accelerator. Actually, around this year, I was in a technical accelerator, so I was forced to read this book. So this is what I would suggest to people, the Lean Startup book. But again, there's no secrets really. If you want to learn, this used to be a holy book in Silicon Valley during these years, right? So this was, yeah, 7-8 years ago, right? Or no, this is, what is it? Yeah. But fundamentally, yeah, you have to start building something, man, and then nice. Okay, I'm starting to kind of like it almost, yeah. So yeah, here we just have some word break issues and stuff that I can fix easily. Actually, let's just fix a few of these things as we do this. So okay, let me just close a bunch of these files and we're gonna go back to this. So let me just do a couple of things here. Or actually, maybe it would even be here, right? Yeah, so here we would have the truncate. No. Will you please give us an overview about the application you're building? Yeah, but you need to ask a little bit more of a specific question, because that is a very broad question. It's way broad for me to answer it like that, right? You need to... I'm a tech lead at my job. I do everything. You have my LinkedIn profile. You have my LinkedIn profile basically inside Twitch. So that's the best way to look at it. Yeah, actually, ironically. Yeah, I mean, if you go to if you go to www.programmer.network, you can kind of decipher that yourself. I think if you go there in 2 seconds, you're gonna your question is gonna be answered. Yeah, it is it's a programmer.network. So I hope that implies, right, that it's in fact social, right? It has even a network in its domain. Yes. But yeah, it is a platform for nerds. Yeah, for sure. Or for nerds. That's maybe a little bit of a... Okay, so this comment basically here. Yeah, yeah, so we need to do that in a core library. Okay, but fundamentally, yeah, so it's almost becoming good. I mean, it's a platform. It's not... Yeah, it's a platform that the vision of the platform is to have these core features aggregated into a single feature. So you can create your courses, join meetups, talk to other developers, have your own profile. Yeah, so it's yeah, the core of it is that you can write your blog and stuff, right? But yeah, fundamentally, it's not rocket science. There's nothing inherently unique about this platform other than the fact that I want to combine all of the most common features that a platform like this would need. Hey, I want to join some event. I want to find people like Abu from YouTube here is like, I want to find developers to work on a project together. I want to post my experience. I want to... So yeah, so it's fundamentally, nothing, there's nothing mind-blowing about that other than, yeah, it would be nice that there's a nice platform where you can do that all in the same place, where you can feel that you have the core features necessary, right? But very, very good question, actually. Very good question. Yeah, the idea is pretty much that because Twitter, like the Twitter and all of these platforms, right, are... I cannot say they're good or bad. It's really up to individual to decipher that. But fundamentally, I do not use Next.js. No, I do not use it. I would never use it, and I would never suggest it. Actually, I would probably only use it if I'm doing a consulting project or something. I would use that crap. Yeah. Other than that, no. This is just plain React with Fastify, and I can show the infrastructure, even though we're gonna move this soon to something else. But so we can take a look at the infrastructure. Programmer network. So yeah, so this is the infrastructure of programmer network, as we can see here. So our backend is hosted on Hetzner. So our backend is hosted here. Why no Next.js? It's because it's a massive step backwards to where we went, what we went away from for 20 years. It took us 20 years in this community to go from these full stack, these monolithic hells, as I call them, right? We used to do WordPress like that, Joomla, and all of these things, and then we said, hey, let's stick to you know, let's stick to separation of concerns. Let's try to make these things better, right? Next.js is a tragedy of React ecosystem. For me, the worst thing that React team has done, the worst mistake that they've made, is that they invested so much into server-side rendering. It's for me, it's absolutely tragic, and for you it might not be. You know, I've been building these apps for almost 2 decades. I've been working professionally since 2007, and before then I was a kid. I was still programming, and I remember the times of these monolithic hells back then, and how it all started and how we got there. The reason why a lot of people like Next.js, especially beginners, is because they're able to learn these generic steps, import this, put this here, put this there, and things work. And to make things worse, you have these companies like Vercel that are making now tools which are almost coupling you to their infrastructure. Vercel is hosting their things on AWS. So basically, of course, you're going to pay even more than you would pay for that. So, but fundamentally, yeah, I don't think it's a right way. I think that React, I'm using plain React, and I think React is a beautiful UI library. It's still amazing, but they're investing way too much into this hydration and server-side bullshit and blah blah blah, which I find absolutely terrible. Anyway, going back to this, please use tools use tools that solve your problems. Maybe Next.js is amazing for your team and it solves all the problems and you have no issues. I respect that, so don't listen to me. At the end of the day, these tools exist to solve problems for different people and different circumstances. SEO is the SEO argument exists just for the sole sake of having an argument, right? So people usually, whenever you ask them about why are you using Next.js, they will say search optimization, and there's a huge truth in that to a certain degree, right? And that's a fair argument sometimes as well, but many of the people who are making that argument actually don't give a shit about SEO. Most of them just say that, so there is an argument in this discussion, right? Fundamentally, reactjs, when it was released, and before, I remember I was writing jQuery, Ember.js, Knockout.js, Angular 1 and stuff. When React came out, its core selling point was simplicity, right? You have literally a simple JSX file, it's a component, and you pass it some attributes, arguments, and it works. That's the premise of the whole internet. That's how HTML works. You have an HTML element, you give it attributes, and it does something, right? So React and all of the UI libraries started like that. Let's solve this simple problem. Rendering, simplicity, state, blah, blah, blah. But once you start adding all of this abstraction on top of abstraction on top of abstraction, and then you get an error in this same, what is it called, Next.js or whatever, then things start just being incredibly complex for no reason, right? For a very little value. And yes, there always has been use cases where you want a server-side render, like Amazon is a server-side rendered site, right? So of course there's massive benefits in using a solution that renders the payload on the server and then delivers it. JavaScript is often not required to be even enabled in the browser. SEO, indeed. There are many reasons. But the point I'm making is that in many scenarios, the reasons why people chose Next.js is not this. So you should definitely choose something that's optimized for certain things based on your business needs. But when you start slamming the same shitty tool for every problem, then it's a problem, right? So that is the problem of this web communities, that people don't follow, and especially because the entry level to this community is so low, that every 3 seconds you have a new JavaScript developer, it's very also prone to these types of decisions, right? Okay, well, this thing works for this problem, so it must be working for every problem, and even worse, it should be used to solve every problem. It shouldn't, right? You should be using as simple tools as possible for as long as you can before the complexity arises naturally through the business requirements, etc. Not vice versa. Let me add these 17 abstractions and then, you know, hope that one day I'm gonna actually need any of that, right? That's fucking stupid, man. And this is the core cancer of this community, is that decisions are often made like this, right? Reckless, just idiots just making decisions. That's just unfortunately the reality of it, and there's very little that one can do about that, right? My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Sorry for the yeah. No, please don't misunderstand me. I'm always genuine in sharing my opinion. As people say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. Mine is like that as well, so take it with a grain of salt, right? Again, the only benefit I can give you some insights here is I've been throughout the same journey 2 decades ago. We went full WordPress, full C#, full Java on the server, and even before then we went away from that like it was shit, like don't touch it ever again. And now these tools are degrading again. Now they're moving again into there. And if they were moving there but not reintroducing the same problems we had before, that would be great. But they are introducing the same complexities we had 20 years ago. And my suspicion there, my assumption is that you have new group of developers or new generation of developers who just didn't learn anything from the before. How could they, right? So now we need a new generation to make the same mistakes again, and then some other generation is going to go backwards again, right? So it's just a matter of, right? Software engineering became, I have a video on YouTube actually called, let me actually just show you. I think I have a video on YouTube that I recorded about that. It's called product. Yeah, so I have this video that I recorded. It's called Death of the Software Engineer and the Rise of Product Engineer. Are you going to watch it? I mean, it's up to you. I'm going to share it. But this is basically what I kind of elaborate a bit here. In simple words, software engineering, as it became more open, more accessible, more easy, we have a lot of these tools being built in a direction where, hey, we are actually fine with sacrificing a bit of developer experience, or we are fine with fucking things up as long as we can train another generation of developers to build things a lot faster, right? Well, Zaire, what you just described is a function of experience, nothing else, right? Setting up authentication takes 5 minutes, right? So that is the thing, right? So that is exactly what I'm talking about. You literally, for beginners, absolutely, 100%. But that is the problem. A beginner shouldn't dictate the stack that's going to be used for building a product, right? I mean, Programmer Network, this whole project, I'm not using almost a single tool of any kind. This whole authentication that we have is done by me. And I'm not suggesting people should do that. I'm just saying it's easily possible. Like all of this stuff, I'm not using Auth0. I'm not using any authorization provider like Auth0, like Propel Auth or whatever, right? So the point being is that, yeah, and never mind, actually. Programmer Network is almost not used by anyone, man, because this product is built 100% in the stream. So this whole project is built only when I'm streaming, and I'm streaming 5 hours a week, or sometimes not even that. Up until recently, I haven't streamed for like 3-4 months. So some people are using it. Obviously, when you log in, you can see. I'm not gonna share any numbers with you, but it's yeah. Fuck, I deranged myself with this speech now completely. Shit. All right, so going back to this a bit, sorry. All right, so going back to this just for a little while. That's weird. Okay. Developer card. Okay. You can contribute to many. You can contribute to many of the packages I wrote for the platform, like the UI library, like Yale. You can but you cannot directly contribute to. But you can contribute to the UI. So, for example, you can go to programmer network thing here. You can go to the organization that I've created here, and then find something to contribute to, right? There's a bunch of libraries I wrote. Like you could contribute to this use AJV form, which is an awesome validation library for React. I wrote that for Programmer Network. You could contribute to the Yale, which is our UI library. So all of the UI components and stuff, and some other things. Yeah, for sure, that would be cool. What? Ah. Where is this is last coming from? Oh, here. I see. I mean, we could just as well pass an index, right? But it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter, I guess, right? Okay, and then if we go to developer card, I suppose, right? Something like that, right? I'm just what are you proud of? I don't know. I mean, I wrote a lot of pretty awesome libraries while building this platform. Like Yale is use AJV form is one. Like, yeah, I mean, there is nothing fundamentally that I'm proud of. I mean, it's hard to tell, honestly. I think what I'm most proud of is the fact that it's running almost the whole year and it never went down or anything like that, right? So I mean, we have built this in a very good way. If I had more time, if I didn't have wife, kids, and job and stuff, if I could actually work on this platform at least a few more hours a week, or even sometimes just a few hours a week, I think it would be great. Unfortunately, I just do this when I'm streaming, and so I guess that's the most what I'm proud of would be pretty much that, right? That I've still built it on my own. Everything from infrastructure, design, libraries, backend, frontend, research, in this very, very absolute limited amount of time, right? Imagine if I could do this actually 5 hours a day for a month or something, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a very well built product. Yeah, for sure. It's unit tested, and all the libraries are fully unit tested. Everything, right? So, yeah. It's a lot to like. Yeah, I mean, what I'm the most proud of is that I met amazing people like you, Zaire, as well, and a bunch of you who keep coming back to this stream whenever I stream. So that's also a nice thing. That's very motivational, right? Having the same people coming back and you know, saying hi and stuff. That's also a nice thing. Let's not also forget the human part of it, right? So yeah, that's also, I met a lot of nice people here and helped many people, and that is also something to be proud of, right? Just helping also younger generations. I was also helped by elders, if I may. So many things. And now we're doing this Kubernetes course. You know, we're basically doing, you know, this is my Kubernetes cluster here at home. So we're gonna also probably move Programmer Network and host it on it. So I'm doing this Kubernetes course now as well, and we're learning a lot there together. Past week or two since I came back to streaming, I kind of started doing that as well. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, but I think additionally also, as somebody was asking me from YouTube, I went also through streaming is very tough, man. Like streaming, this being here, you know, like being here in Twitch. Let me be honest with you guys. Being here in Twitch, at times for me, felt actually very, very demotivational. I don't know how to say it. You put in a lot of effort in this platform, right? You stream, you help people and stuff, and many people, right, never come back or whatever. I get that. That's how it should be. But don't forget, no matter who you watch, right? No matter who you watch every day, that it's a very unfulfilling experience for the streamers sometimes, because unless you are some entertainer who does this full time or whatever, and right? It is oftentimes very unsatisfying, right? Because you can put in a lot of effort and people might come and watch, might not, whatever, right? So it is oftentimes, and this is probably another thing to be proud of. I went through this phase when I started streaming. I had some expectations, but then I realized, okay, this is actually just for fun, right? This is never gonna really, this is, you know, this is not a path to take to in any way, in any reasonable, serious way. So stream when you want, and don't stream when you don't want, and that's basically what I embraced. And since then, it's amazing. I don't actually care anymore. Yeah, that's it. Love the content. Been lurking for a couple of months. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for saying hi. Believe it or not, it's also very important that you guys sometimes say something, right? Because yeah, sometimes it's like, what is going on? Okay, so going back here, we have it on click handler, right? That's on option click. Where am I actually? So I guess in navbar options, we're passing options here. Oh, we haven't implemented on click yet. I see. Okay. Option. No, this one is not, no. But you can go to my GitHub and find a lot of other repositories that I built for this. And then, yeah, that can be contributed to, yes. So navbar options, no, that's good. So these options here should have on click, right? Yes, so each one of these. Yes, of course. So let's just also, that's actually very weird, yeah. So we have this on click, which is give me 1 second. Okay, so let's actually pass it down, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say on click is on click. Actually, this is gonna be option dot on click, right? There's a thing called background. Okay, and then if we go here, we're gonna say on click. And then basically here we want to do some logic. We want to say, hey, I guess here we can say on click, right? My pleasure, man. Can we do null? What does this take? Because this can potentially be undefined. Okay, and then, but then here we can say, you know, if there's on click, then path is null. Actually should be the other way around, right? So there's on click, do this. Can I say, and what does it take? Okay, so it does require a string. Okay, shit. I mean, I guess what we could do just to make this nice, right? We could do something like this. We can say const navlink props, right? And then we can say, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't like this imperative code, to be very honest with you, but okay, so the 2 is mandatory. Okay, then we can't do it that way. I actually forgot about that. So let's do it the other way around. It's okay. So we're gonna do here, we're actually not gonna pollute that space like that, right? So we'll just say that the on click always has the higher precedence. So we're gonna say if on click, right? We'll do something like this, right? And then maybe just have it as a span or a block or a div. Just needs to be a block-based element, right? Base classes, active classes, that's a little bit weird. Let's also take this out into utils. Get nav bar item class names. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a bit weird. We can do that better, but it doesn't matter. Let's not lose sleep over this, right? All right, cool. So now we can get rid of this crap. We can say const class name, whatever, get navbar item classes. All right, cool. So now fundamentally we support the items that have a link, like when you click on them, but then some of the items need to have a you know, like this one, logout really doesn't take you to any URL. It it just calls the dispatches this logout, which then clears the Redux state, blah, 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 right? Also doesn't need to be asynchronous. Cool. Okay, so now in theory, if we would log in locally, this should slightly be different now. Yeah, we have some of these things now. Home. Oh, we'll make things look better for sure. It doesn't really matter. We still see that there. Cool. Then if we log out, it's calling the logout again. Nice. And then this should be different. Yeah. Programmers. Cool. Okay, let's try that again though. So we'll need some login as well. Do I like the chair fill? I don't know, honestly. I mean, it's a good chair, right? It's a good chair. I think you can get the same chair on Amazon for 1/5 of the price. I think these chairs, what is this brand? Secret Lab. I think at least 50% of their value is associated with the brand itself, not with the quality of the chair. So yes, the short answer is I like the chair. Long answer was that, basically, yeah. I've never heard of Qualify, so I don't know. Hetzner is what I use personally, or GCP at work. So I don't know what this is. Pricing. Yeah, I don't know what this is. What is the selling? Oh, an open source self-hostable hero. What? Okay. Like, okay, so I mean, let me just share my opinion on these types of services, right? I have a very hard time. Like, you should be very careful. You should be, like, you need to find things in life where you put in your time, right? I don't invest my time in random tools like this. Now, this tool might be absolutely amazing, don't take me wrong. This tool might be fantastic, right? It might be great. It might do a lot of these things it says. Maybe it does them all, right? But this is a single guy like me building this in a live stream, right? At least it says it's, and I can also see he's playing video games in the live stream or whatever, right? And this guy is probably brilliant. I have no doubts, right? He most likely is, considering what he's building. But I would never invest my time and it just doesn't work like that in business world, right? It's gonna take this guy probably a long time to, if this is a quality product, to get somewhere. Serious businesses will go with AWS, GCP, etc., or even Hetzner and things like this, right? So this is all great, but would you put your company line on coupling yourself to this? Probably not, right? Because there's a lot of sponsors I can see, blah blah. That's fantastic, right? I'm impressed. But I would not probably go there. No. That's my take on all of these new tools, right? Because I don't know if this is going to exist in a year from now. How can I know, right? As you saw, right? I mean, we have give me 1 second. I have a Kubernetes cluster here, right? it's just K3s bare Kubernetes, and we're gonna be moving programming network to it just for you can actually go. I'm writing Phil has also helped me a lot, but you can also go. I'm writing this guide now, so we're gonna be filling that in for a while now, right? But overall, I mean, there's fundamental differences between playing with things for some reasons and business. When it comes to business, you almost naturally always go with the cloud. You go with AWS, GCP, etc., etc. If you're making money, you don't go to you don't use tools built by a streamer, right? No sane CTO would allow that ever. Okay, so this login would be nice that we can decorate a bit, right? So I'm just now rediscovering all the features that our menu needs, right? So now I think it would be better. So if this said login, sign up. So it would be nice now if we could kind of maybe provide so we could kind of provide now a component for a menu, right? So for example, we could maybe extend this thing with something like component, right? Yeah, something like this, right? So let's do that. Hi world. And then let's go to the options. Right? Yeah. And then we're going to handle that case inside of these options here, right? So here we need to know if the option has an actual component, right? So we're going to say, hey, if option, completely misspelled that, component. Yeah, right, something like that. Now, this could be a I'll just do this for the sake of VS Code not complaining. And then if we go here, actually, I mean, this is now pretty questionable on how we'd want to do this, because would we want to pass these things to? Probably we would, right? So let's actually, so we label, I guess label is the only thing we want to pass for now, right? So let's just say here label, and then option label, and then we'll go over here and say something like that, right? So now basically for the login thing here, we can design it a little bit differently, right? And let's do that very quickly. So yeah, so over here, I'll actually just sneak peek what I'm doing here just for the, yeah. So if we go back here, now here, what I probably want to put in is some sort of a button or something. So let's use a JSX fragment here. Let's use our own Yale button and say again, hi world. Hi world. And here's the button now that kind of opens up with the menu. So we can actually, let's put a div in here instead. Oops. And let's use a prop here that we're passing down. So we're going to say props.label. And then here we'll also do class name px4, just I believe to, yeah, or px3. I don't actually know. Yep. Can I do like py my4? Is that gonna work there? Yeah. Right. And then, you know, if we are to follow this pattern, and let's do so, let's just say on click here, and then we'll say props on click. Then we'll need to go back here and also pass on click, right? And then if we go back here, yeah. So if we go back here, let's now, instead of this, let's just say alert clicked. And here it is, right? Okay, cool. Here we had the navigate somewhere, and when we click that sign up thing, it takes us somewhere. Where is that logic that I wrote? Mobile nav bar. So there's that button, settings. No, that's not in. That's not it. So if I go here, there's this sign up button. Ah, shit. That's a wrong thing to press. Sign up. Sign. Yeah, mobile nav bar, this one. Oh, okay, so this is where we want to send the user, okay? So this is the path. Cool, let's go back there. So yeah, when we click, right, we want to navigate to, we want to say navigate, right? I don't know if we have the navigate in here. So we need to create that use that hook, right? So const navigate is use navigate, I suppose, if I remember. I should be able to. And now I think it's complaining because we're using this navigate. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Ah, what is the navigate here? What the fuck is this? All right. I mean, we can just window.href. It's just, yeah. I'm not sure if I want to do that. And how come that this, okay, so we do href there. Sure. Okay, let's just write it down. It's fine. So we're gonna say window.location href, and then take me there, right? So if we go here and click it, it should hopefully take us there. It does, yeah. Let's break it into two different buttons, one for login, one for so we'll not provide this as a prop, but instead we'll do something like this. We'll then provide two buttons. We'll make this a flex with a gap of 2. And one is going to say login, maybe. So login, sign up. Let's give them both the same width. So let's say class name width of, I don't know, 100. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure about that, but how did I build this button? What does it have? Type is loading outlines. Yeah, does this look weird? What do you guys think? I think it looks weird, right? Having them next to each other. What do you think? Any opinions? I don't know. Feels a bit weird. Maybe. What was it? Flex row. Actually, that's a default one, right? Yeah, I don't actually know. They're a little bit too big. I mean, keep in mind, I've also at 100%. But yeah, you could be right. Maybe we should reduce maybe the Y padding maybe. PY0 maybe. Or PY1. Yeah, I see. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's not. I mean, it's not disgusting for sure. Is it great? I don't know. Maybe like this, login, sign up. I don't know. Let's try to figure it out. Let's take a look at the icons we have. Gardic, good evening, buddy. Thank you for coming to the stream. What's the name of the library I built, man? Jesus Christ. Yale. Jesus. PT1. Yeah, agreed. Craft. Thank you very much. Thank you. What did I want to check now? Yeah, icons that we have, right? Interesting. Icon enter. Okay, let's try that. Icon enter. Width of I don't know, 6, 7, 6. Is my actually my button is taking an icon optionally already. Very nice. I forget that I did that. Or is it taking an actual yeah, I think it's taking an actual node. Is it? Icon. Oh, I see. I think you have a link in that on top of that chat. Right now I'm just improving the menu of this app. Icon class name. Oh, I see. So that's how I did it. Way of 6. An icon position left, I guess, right? Yeah. Sign up. Which icon could we use? Do we even need it? I don't actually know. Maybe this balloon thing. So I'll just smack this guy here. I'll slam it there. Icon, balloon. Is that disgusting, Craft? What do you think? Yeah, let's leave it like that. That is not disgusting completely. I don't think it is. I think it's acceptable, in my opinion, at least. Let's do one thing. I think it's not disgusting, right? Yeah, I think it's fine. Give me 1 second. Something's weird a bit. Oh. Right? I think it's not. Yeah, right? I agree. I think so as well. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Good. I think I just wanted to add this line here, right? So, or maybe it should have been below, just so it doesn't, because now it pushes the content, so it might be confusing. So if we do margin bottom instead, and then we do this and then this, yeah, like this, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about for sure. Andrew, good evening, buddy. Yeah, I think I like this. I think this is a huge improvement, because we don't even have this right now. So that's why it's a huge improvement. Nice. Very nice. Okay, cool. I agree. Thank you, guys. Okay, so let's now building a programmer network. You can already go and sign up if you wish. I really need to do something with this. I've been streaming for like on and off for a year, and it's now absolutely clear that it's not clear to people when they see me building this. So I need to maybe put some logo or some URL on when you're like, just so people, even though I'm not always doing the same thing though. So yeah. Okay, great. And then lastly now, right, we're gonna do pretty much this. What was that component join bar? Yeah. So this is gonna be login, right? And then this one is going to be sign up. Have a typo there. Typo here. Nice, very nice. Okay, great stuff. Let me just, because I'm not gonna do any networking now. I think it was ngrok http, yeah. Wasn't there like a login? Yeah, let's for sure, 100%. Let's just give me 1 second. Just stare at that for a moment. All right. Let me just check this on my phone. I'm just gonna send it here on our Discord. Give me 1 second. And then I'll just open it. Man, nice, nice. Oh my god, looks really nice on the phone. Really nice, really nice. Jesus Christ, man. Finally, I'm happy with this menu. It took so long. Jesus, man. Great. Looks very, very nice. Very nice. Awesome stuff, man. Nice, man. Nice, nice, nice. I'm very happy with it. Very happy with it. Whew, okay. No, we're not. No, I mean, until you actually test it on your phone, it's meaningless, right? Nice, man. Okay, let's kill the proxy here. Cool, cool, cool. Very nice. Okay. Super, super. Looks very, very good. And then, obviously now, that's just one part of it, right? Because on mobile, we also have... give me 1 second. We had this bottom bar, which was also very useful, right, for some things. So now we need to make a decision. Should we still keep both of them? And I think so. Let me show you what I mean. So we had this one, which had these other actions. I think I got inspired by LinkedIn or something like that, right? Why is it not shown? His mobile is authenticated. Oh yeah, sorry, I was zoomed in way too much. So now we have both of them, right? Now we have both of them, and this one, I had the settings here, notifications, profile. Okay, so now we need to make a decision. Yeah, that's also really bad. Maybe we could leave it, yeah. Maybe we could leave it here. Oh, we could have the arrows here. Shit, right? So if we could kind of get rid of... Yeah, let's do that, man. So because I could get rid of the cog thing, because now it's in the top menu. Where's our menu here? Yeah. Because we could get rid of this bad boy here, that means now that we could have a back button here. So as you browse, you can always click back. Huh, interesting. Not even LinkedIn is doing that. Wait, let me see. So if I go here to my profile, And then I like, wow, that actually, okay, that doesn't look really good. Okay, so all right, so no, but wait a minute. Yeah, okay, but no, never mind. Let me just check on my phone how LinkedIn works, because I'm sure that these guys have spent shit tons of money into researching this, so let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's not be crazy. So they kind of have it in the top. When you navigate, they have the search, and they smack that in the top. We do have a progressive web app already, and because the reason I'm also doing these things is because I need to finish publishing this to the Android store. We're gonna publish this as a PVA, right? But I think the great okay. There's also one thing that's problematic here, I think, and it's, I don't actually know what happened here. Is this like just temporary or whatever? But we can see that, or is this actually, let me just, give me just 2 seconds. Let me just check this on my phone. Yeah, because I can see that this for some reason got super pushed down. But I think this is just here in development. I don't think this is actually a problem. But okay, but so what is the problem that I'm trying to solve, you might wonder. You know, when I click here now, right? Or into something that actually doesn't fucking break, it's annoying me now. If I click here now and I want to go back where I was, right? How do you do that now, right? Well, okay, because I was at home, sure, you can click home. But what if you are inside of this article and you want to go back, right? You get what I mean? So now it would be nice that there's always a back button, no matter where you are. Just a normal HTML5 history API button, just like the one in the browser. And I think we do have the space now. It's just the odd number of buttons. I get that. That sucks. But we could also remove the profile from here, because there is a profile. You can access your own profile by clicking there. Yeah, right? Because we have most of the stuff now there, also home and stuff. We should also add some icons there and stuff. We'll do that. This is just the first version. I think so, right? I think so. I think it would be very useful, because then I can navigate back and forth, like not needing, because what is the alternative, right? I think this is a very, why do I think this is a no-brainer, right? Let me show you. I think that this is a no-brainer because let's just do like, I don't know. We have really two possibilities here, right? One is that this is mobile. This is the menu, right? And then as you navigate, there's a back button, right? So there's like there's like a button here pointing back, right? Some icon. And then other ones. The only alternative to this, really, which makes me believe that this is the right solution, is adding a back button somewhere on top of every view. This is what kinda LinkedIn is doing. Jesus fucking Christ, man, come on. Can I drag you? Yeah, you can't drag this, okay. But yeah, but having it somewhere here on top of every single view, right? So it's either this or this, because in this context, the button would be like here. So if you get to this view, the button would be here. If you go to some thought or article, right? But that makes it more difficult, I think. So let's try to but we also need the home here. That's the problem, right? So we need notifications. This we will change, so yeah. But I think I have an idea, yeah. So also I'm gonna remove this one from mobile, and then I'm gonna put it back on top of here, so yeah, I don't have the left arrow. That's irony. But let's just imagine it's this one. Yeah, to be honest, I've never in my life seen TikTok even once, so I don't know how it is. But I don't think I'm gonna be adding plus icon on mobile, because the only thing really on mobile that you will most likely do is share a thought, like here on your feed. I don't think that anyone is going to create a course on mobile, right? Or a meetup, maybe a meetup, but they can do that here. They can go to meetups, right? So I think the only thing that you would want to do, you're sitting in a bus, you're sitting on a plane, you're taking a walk, you want to share a thought with people, with your network here, right? But yeah, but this now feels a bit weird. I think home icon should be where it currently is, right? Like, we have notifications, the add button. Okay, let me try an alternative. we need to be careful about this, because there's, I believe, also a reason why LinkedIn doesn't have a back button as part of their primary nav, right? So let's imagine I'm here, and then we have our routes over here. Yeah, these are all of our routes, right? Yes. We have a suspense here, we have the routes. We have the routes there, right? So what if I say here, just randomly, back button, right? There it is, it says back button. And then I also say, you know what, actually, if it's on mobile, then show the back button, right? Give me 1 second, let me just check LinkedIn again. Yeah, they just have an arrow. All right, let's grab the SVG, because I need to put this as part of my core library and then deploy that, blah blah blah. So I'm not gonna do that now. Let's just smack in the SVG for now. We're just playing around, right? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Yeah, actually, fuck, I think you're absolutely right. It's just like, I think you're 100% right. The core question then here becomes, right, are we supposed to make these guys dynamic based where you are, right? Because that makes the menu a little bit more complicated to maintain, because you could say, well, if I'm in this, you could call it contextual menu, right? These would change based on the place where you are, but then that becomes a bigger project, right? Like if I'm at meetups, they'll show this, right? So the main core question is like, should this home icon become back button, right? You get what I mean? But then what implications does that have? Actually, let me open any random app on my phone and research. For example, yeah, I mean, most apps today, they don't have these like defaults anymore. Like I'm just opening Discord. Discord has its own way. Slack has its own. So yeah, it's most of the apps. Just open them on your app now and it will know that I'm right. Most of them, they don't actually use that navigation anymore, right? So that is my problem. Let me actually open Twitch as well. So Twitch, I don't think that they do, right? No. Yeah, it does. It does. It just, yeah, we just like weird smacking it here. That's the problem. That is the problem, right? And you would expect this to show up only if there's history and you want to go back. So, no, it's perfect, right? We discuss it now. That's great. I think, right? Like these guys would move a little bit, right? But we could make it conditional, right? This nav could appear if there's history. Like so, if you have moved somewhere, then you could click this one, right, to go back. Yeah, right. It'd be nice if we find some icon that kind of fits the rest of them. And that's not a terrible one that I just found, but I think we can do better. Yeah, ooh, that's a good icon. Oof. That's a very good icon actually for this. What is this? Material symbols. Rounded. All right, never mind. Let me not get. Okay, so that's not bad there, right? And then we would need to, yeah, we would need to make this. Let's just temporarily do this here. Let's get rid of this. And this is mobile navigation, right? Okay. So we have the navigates, which means we have access to the history here, right? So if we just print that a little bit, ironically, I've built a router like more than a decade ago, and now I don't remember the history object anymore fully. That's not what I meant. No, I meant let's try just location, or let's just try history, right? Okay, let's just do it like this. We write a utility function called has browser history that will tell me if a user has records to go back. Something like that, right? Just so I don't waste the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Windows history length. Exactly. Yeah. Well, who would have thought, right? So if we we'll see if we'll now see one very interesting thing, but we'll see. We'll probably need some state related stuff here, but what I'm gonna do, I'll just say I don't like this. We'll improve that, of course. This is just a test. We'll say nav items is this, and then nav items, right? This is just for fun. I do think about re-renders for sure. Absolutely, yes. Definitely, definitely. I do, especially depending on the context, but yeah, for sure. What is it complaining about? I don't get it. What is the type? Oh, so onClick is null. Okay, interesting. How come? And what is the type for this? Nav items. Wow, that's actually pretty weird. Okay, I see. Where is it inferring this from? Yeah, I mean, it literally like... So fucking stupid, man. Come on. Are you kidding me? Alright, never mind. Okay. Okay, so make this navigate to the previous history record. Yeah, Jesus Christ, of course, yes, but I would much rather do that in a different way. Okay, it's fine, it's okay. Wait, I'm just testing something. So I think... Give me 1 second. Exactly, this is what I meant. Yep. Let's just see now. Is it actually nuking the history? I don't know how to... Why create a component for... I don't understand the question. Why don't you write a real programming language instead of TypeScript nonsense? What language can I write to build web apps? Tell me. And I'll write it right now. Please tell me and I'll do it right away, man. I'll do it right away. But I guess you're probably like 12 years old based on your question. Because only a fucking baby would ask such a stupid question, man. Literally. Only a baby would ask such an idiotic question, dude. Where is it? What did we do? So actually, yeah, we're nuking this crap. So why are you using the fucking chat on the website, bro? Go and send me a message from a calculator. Why are you using a website to send these messages, man? Close your browser right now. What type of fucking noob uses the browser, man? Go and build a browser in assembly, please. Shut down your browser right now. How dare you send a message using a browser, you fucking cunt. Oh my god. What type of a person uses a browser? Can you imagine the irony? A guy writing in a chat on Twitch, on YouTube, is asking, why are you using the language that made me use this platform? What an irony. What a fucking idiot, man. This world is absolutely filled with idiots, man. And he asked this question seriously. That is even bigger tragedy. Show us that front end that you built. Send us some links. Yes. Show us some things that you've built, please, mighty Lord, right now. Share it with us and convince us in what you're saying. This is the time when he's gone. Yeah. So I guess in this context here, right? Okay, send me something that you've built in C then. Send me a repository of the things that you've built in C. Right now, go. Send me a product that you have built in C, please. Do it. I don't give a shit about your contributions to kernel, man. Send me a product that you have built in C. If you can't send it, then fuck off from this stream right away. Otherwise, send something. So either send me something or stop talking. Because you know that you've never built anything, right? That's the problem, right? So you will just keep talking because you know that you've never built anything in your life, right? You're just talking. You're a standard, typical basement dweller talker, just talking about code, not realizing that nobody gives a crap about your code, man. Show me what you've built or just be gone. Show me what you built or be gone. That's how it works, man. That is literally how it works. I don't want to search for anything, man. Just show me what you built. I don't care, man. I'm not gonna search for you. You started this discussion, not me. So send me something that you built. Otherwise, stop talking. And I know that you will not send anything because I know that you haven't built anything, right? That's the problem, man. You've never built anything, dude, and you know it. You never built anything and you know it. So, yeah, that's just how it is. That's the reality. That is the reality, my friend. All right, enough of Yuri Gagarin. Let's try to make this work. I don't care, dude. I don't care, man. You've never built anything. If you did, you would send a repo. It's so simple. Send a single link to a project you built. Because again, it's not me who started this discussion, it's you. So you're saying, oh, why are you people using this language, right? I mean, it's always the same thing, right? You have these types of people show up, but they have nothing to show for, right? That's the problem. He's probably built 7 Hello World apps in C, right? That's what he's done, and that's also fine. That is also fine. It's just talking nonsense is not fine. Yep. Talking nonsense is not fine. Yo, yeah, we're coding. We're gonna make a little bit of a break from Kubernetes today, just to try and finish something, and then we're back to Kubernetes. So we just need to kind of now dynamically make sure that this crap is hidden. That's really the only thing we want to do, right? Nav items. So yeah, this kind of won't work because we need this in the state, right? Most likely. Let's print the history length, right? Let's print history length 13. All right. Can we? Yeah, but that's a little bit weird, right? So how can we, shit. Give me a second. Does this even make sense? I don't think it does. I'm just using the plain React, yes. Just plain React, yeah. Shit, so is there a way to check the... I think there's a use history hook that does some sort of abstraction or something, right? Or at least there was one before. I don't know if that thing still exists. No. Shit. Location is certainly not that. Crap. So how do we do this? Where is it? So we need to basically, yeah. Marulo, good evening, buddy. How are you doing? Window history length is still... Yeah. Alright, let's ask the robot. How do I... Yeah, listen for history length changes in a React component? Yeah, exactly. Shit, I think we actually have this. Give me a second. We actually have this crap. One moment. I think we have like use history or let's actually go over here. src hooks, use tabs, search results, ref callback notifications, page visibility, use lecture navigation. Yeah, this is for something else. Use infinite, use app dispatch, history tracker. Okay, let's just create this. Let's call it use history. Use history. Let's actually call it use history. That it used to be called like that before, right? Wow, that is fucking weird, man. What are you? In theory, this should work, I suppose. Of course I use ChatGPT, fucking idiot. It has the knowledge of the whole world. Jesus Christ, man. All right, history. So let's say const history is... What an idiot, man. Seriously. He's using ChatGPT. Oh my god. How do we call this? Yeah, we call this use history, right? Yeah. Yeah, use history, I guess. I didn't get any link, no. And I don't care about your project, man. I'm just trolling you. Ironically, you came here talking crap. I don't care, man. Just ban his ass. Should I? Should I do that? Yeah, maybe we should do that. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's a good idea. Yeah. True. Done. Yeah. Done. I mean, basically, this now just gives us history length, right? No, it's just a typical YouTube troll. Don't worry, there's no drama. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. It's just oftentimes nice to yeah, just to play along. But if people don't like it, we'll just remove him. I agreed with Yuri. I agreed with Yuri. Yuri has a point. Cool. Okay, history length. So this actually doesn't give us the proper thing. Why? So what do we do here? We set history length. We have a default. History length. Yeah. But will that actually work though? Well, make it better, man. Why don't you make it better? I mean, let's say that in theory, let's actually say that you and I agree. Let's imagine that it is, okay? Let's imagine, Danny, that you're right. What are you gonna do about it? Why don't you make something that's better? I mean, what's preventing you to do that, right? I mean, nobody disagrees with that, actually. But why don't you just sit and make it better? What is the problem then? You get what I mean? So yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Just sit and make something better and we'll use it. I mean, I don't understand what is the point of complaining about things. Be actionable. Anybody can complain, right? It's so easy to complain about everything today, right? But what have you built, man? You need to show me something that you have built with these basic templates. Send me the project that you have built that uses these templates, right? You're just talking nonsense, man. Send me something to show to support your... It's 100% about you, man. What are you talking about? You have absolutely no idea because you're very inexperienced, 99.9%. You've never built a product for the web because the only person who can say such nonsense is a person that's actually never built anything, right? You're watching these idiots on YouTube, this guy who's writing C, right? Who's also talking nonsense, right? Yes, but show me one. Show me one. Show me an open source project that send it to us. Yeah, send it to us because what is the problem? And I mean, you're just talking crap, right? Show me these things. WordPress what? What the fuck are you talking about, man? WordPress has nothing to do with this. What type of example is that? You have nothing to show for, man. That's the problem of all of you people on the internet who talk crap. You haven't built anything and you have all of these hard claims. That makes no sense, man. You don't have the right, you're not in a position to make such claims because you haven't built anything. Every single one of these tools is a server-side rendered PHP and it has nothing to do with this. And it's terrible. You're using WordPress as a good example. You're using Joomla as a good example. What are you talking about, man? That makes no sense, dude. Makes absolutely no sense. You have to be able to support your arguments by something of substance. And you don't have that. You're just using words now. You're naming things. But I ask you, show me the things that you have built with plain JavaScript, simple templates, and you can't. And you're not the only one, right? Right? So you can't because you haven't. That's why you're making such claims, because you have no idea what you're talking about. If you did, you wouldn't be making them. Right? That's the problem, right? You're pointing out things that you don't understand fundamentally, right? Danny, what am I wrong on? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What am I wrong on exactly? You are saying that there are solutions like templating engines out there, and I'm asking you to send me something that you have built with this, and you're saying I have not built anything, right? So that is the only truth here. There is absolutely nothing to accept here. The only thing that we have to accept is that you have an opinion on something that you've never used and never built anything with. That is the only factual thing here. That is absolutely only factual thing here, right? They're absolutely using templating engines because they're server-side rendered. There's a reason for that. WordPress is 30 years old. When it was built, React didn't exist. jQuery barely existed, right? So again, you're talking nonsense. You have no idea what you're talking about, right? You're comparing apples to cars. So there's nothing for me to admit. The only thing you have to admit is that you've never used any of these things. And you have strong opinions, and you don't have, you didn't put yourself in a place to make such statements, right? React standards absolutely do not change all the time, so this is another claim that you have no idea what you're talking about, right? I'm writing the same React for a decade almost, with an exception of classes that got removed. You're talking about additions that you may or may not use. And that is just how it is, man. But fundamentally, again, no matter what, one thing is for certain, right? You haven't built anything. And that is the only thing in this discussion that matters. Even in theory, that even if you had points that were more accurate than mine, you still haven't built anything yourself, and that makes you simply not be able to make these claims because you haven't done it. I mean, you cannot discuss this stuff, right? You've never built anything. It's nothing to do with personal, dude. You cannot talk about things that you haven't experienced. This is fundamental, most logical, and most honest rule. Nobody's making attacks on you, man. The point here being is you shouldn't allow yourself as an intellectual to talk about things that you don't have experience with. For example, let's imagine that you are writing C or Haskell or Clojure, and I now say Haskell sucks because I read an article, right? Or because I heard about it. You cannot do that, man, because your opinion is meaningless because you haven't built anything with it. That is like sharing opinion on anything in life that you haven't experienced yourself. You can't do that. It makes no sense, right? I never do that. I never talk about things that I'm not using because that's meaningless. That is literally meaningless. I'm never going to talk about things, for example, that I haven't used myself in production. So even if I've used them at home, I'm just saying that open source projects which used React have failed because people don't contribute to it. Hence, why most major OS use templating engines instead. But you're now trying to support your argument by saying meaningless things. The biggest open source projects out there are projects like React, right? It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. You're making claims. You're making unrelated claims, right? You're making unrelated claims, which you're using things like WordPress and Joomla and EO7, whatever, bunch of them, to showcase something that has nothing to do with this, right? These are fundamentally different things, and they use different cases. If WordPress was so good, it wouldn't be dying past decade or so, right? And it will inevitably die one day, right? It still has a huge market share, but inevitably it will die over time, right? Anyway, try to share opinion on things that you are having experience with. But which most open source softwares? You have to provide some facts to your arguments. Which you're saying most open source projects. Then you're using projects that exist for 30 years, right? It's difficult to develop features with React Emo because the development is always slower compared to using templating. But you're just saying things, man. You're providing no proof for these claims. That makes no sense. This is why your argument is flawed. Let's even imagine again that you're right. You need to provide data and experience for your claims. You cannot just say things and believe and think that I'm gonna just believe them randomly, right? So wait, their age is irrelevant to the claim that most major... Dude, these are server-side rendered solutions that existed way before React existed. You understand that? I don't know how is that not clear to you, right? How can you compare WordPress that was... Wait, let's take a look at that. WordPress was released in 2003, right? So 10 years later, you're comparing two things, one that came 10. Do you think that developing a front end, say Tailwind design, what do you mean Tailwind design, man? Tailwind is the most native CSS library that ever existed in the context of CSS. CSS literally is Tailwind is literally how we wrote CSS 20 years ago. We used classes and we used IDs. So what do you mean Tailwind CSS? Tailwind is a utility library, right? That mimics the native CSS how it always was. Do you think it's faster than templating engines? Of course it's faster, man, because you can decouple your project. Backend doing what backend does and frontend doing what, so of course it's faster, man. Of course it's faster, man. Of course it's faster, but that's not the discussion we have. The thing is, so listen, the thing is, the reason why I cannot, listen, Danny, let me just tell you one thing. Let me just ban this fucking idiot. So the main issue that I have with people like you making such claims, right, is that, give me 1 second, is that in order for one person to allow oneself to have strong opinions on things, you need to genuinely have an experience from production use in order to make such claims. Let me explain this to you so you hopefully understand how things work. Bear with me. Let me tell you, like, I work as a tech lead and most of my work is related to business and to making people productive and stuff like that. Look, let's imagine that we did what people like you suggest. This is your claim, in a way. Why use frameworks? Just use templating engines. You know, just use plain stuff. Use plain JavaScript, right? Let me explain to you, because you clearly don't understand what you're saying, in my opinion at least. Let me try to explain it to you so you do understand. Let's imagine this scenario. And why am I explaining this? Because this is what we did 20 years ago. Imagine there's company A. Imagine this now. There's a company A. There's company B. And then there's company N. And we just do what you claim. We just use plain stuff. We don't use patterns, frameworks, whatever. We just use templating engines. We just use plain JavaScript, right? Whatever, right? Okay. So, Danny joins company A. Company A has their own way of rendering HTML. It has their own way of updating UI. It has its own way of doing XYZ. Cool. But company A also had to hire Danny, right? So Danny, when he joined company A, he had to be onboarded for half a year or a year, because now Johnny is coming from a company B that does all of these things very differently. So Johnny now had to learn how this company does routing in the browser, error handling, error reporting, and 15 other things, right? How do they make things responsive? How do they make things work on every single browser? So Danny joined company A, and it took him a year to become an asset and not a liability, right? So this is Danny, this is you, right? So now Danny quits company A, joins company B, and has to do all the process again, because company B does all of these things differently. So does company N, etc., etc., etc. So why do we need frameworks? Why do we need Reacts? Why do we need Angulars? Because people need to pay salaries and companies need to make money. So when we have tools such as React, we can ensure that when we hire people, when we hire A, B, and C, these guys learn the same thing, which works in the same way. And then, instead of like Danny did, take a year to start being productive, these two guys can start in a week and become productive, right? So in simple words, business dictates the world of frameworks, not Danny, right? Because you see, Danny, guys, thinks, and people like Danny, that he knows better than Facebook and all of these billion-dollar companies. We are all dumb. We are just using these things because we are stupid, because, you know, WordPress is so good and we are just missing out, right? So actually, WordPress is so good, and all of us, millions of us developers, we are fucking idiots. We know nothing. So we should actually all go back to plain JavaScript and reinvent everything from scratch. Each one of the companies should create their own router. What can go wrong? Create their own templating system, right? What can go wrong, etc., right? So this is why these things work that they do, right? Danny needs a lot more knowledge. Danny, I don't know. It's an interesting discussion, but I think you don't know genuinely what you're talking about. Because, like, if I take your sentences that you just wrote, which I will, if I just copy your text, I'll show you why I can see that you are very inexperienced. Let me show you why. So let's break this down. This is maybe interesting for other people as well. Okay, so this is what you just wrote, and then this is what you just wrote. Let's just take these messages. Let's just break this down, right? I'm not. You don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just telling you, man. I've been building these apps for 20 years, right? I worked in teams from 2 people to 50, 60 engineers. I'm not talking. This is not an. What I'm doing here is not a function of opinion. It's a function of experience. So the problem with you and me right now is that you have opinions, right? And I have experience. And why am I saying this? Is this rude to say? Well, it would be rude if you provided some proof of your claims, right? Because if you go to my LinkedIn, you will notice that I've been working for nearly 20 years, and I've been building various apps, working in various known startups here in Copenhagen. So what I'm sharing here is experience, and what you're sharing is an opinion. And you haven't said anything of the substance other than you gave me some theoretical out of the university type of claims, right? I asked you, what did you build with the solutions you're talking about? And you didn't build anything. You said it, right? So the fundamental difference between you and me is, I'm telling you, I have used WordPress and Joomla and all of these services more than 2 decades ago, and I have used Ember.js, jQuery, Knockout, Vue.js, Angular.js, Stencil.js, and shit tons of the others. And I haven't used them in theory. I have used them at work, most of them. And I can tell you, based on that, certain things that I'm telling you. So this is fundamental difference in this discussion, is because why I can't accept your claims. Because you're just saying theoretical stuff without anything to back it by, right? Because only a person that has never built a large enough application can say this thing, right? Only a person that's building Hello World apps can write such a thing, right? So you're saying that AJS is going to be a major problem for productivity since AJS is faster. Faster? What faster, right? Like when I read this sentence, since EJS is faster. Faster where, man? I have made countless arguments, man. I have made countless arguments that you're not hearing because you're just talking nonsense. Like, this is all nonsense. That's the problem, man. So your problem is that you think that you're making arguments, but you're not. You're saying things which are... AJS is faster for... What are you talking about, man? Faster? What does it mean, faster? Faster for what? show me the large-scale application that you have built using AJS, right? Okay, show me the front end that you have built in AJS. No, but it's an interesting discussion. It's fine. I just show me that. Then why the fuck are you wasting my time, man? You should have said that at the start. No, you should have said that at the start. I wouldn't have even discussed that with you. I don't care about your home projects, man. I don't give a shit about your Hello World apps. We're talking about here serious business related stuff. We're talking about work. I don't care, man. I don't care about your Hello World projects. You can use Paint if you want, right? Well, I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, then we stop the discussion here. That nobody cares about that, man. Are you building your Hello World app in C? Please do. That has no significance to anything, right? I tried to tell you why these frameworks exist and why things like React are used. And I tried to share that experience with you so you understand why they exist. They don't exist because they're fast. They don't exist because they're cool or because they're this or that. They exist for the sole sake because the business world needs standardized tools. So when we need to hire people, when we need to onboard people, things are fast. So instead of me hiring a guy that might know this or that, I can hire this guy. And I know that this guy knows this. This is why it exists. It also exists because when you hire a team of 10 people, they all know the same environment, same framework, same thing. So this is why these things exist, and this is why every major platform on the planet is built in such a way. Because, my pleasure, man. Thank you as well. And please don't take it personally, but oftentimes a lot of people come trolling, and you kind of have to simply go into the show me what you've done, because there's no other way. All right, well, that was an interesting one indeed. Give me 1 second. If I have seen the average type of thing, I would have honestly maybe not even discussed it, because in these circumstances it's pointless to even talk, right? All right, interesting. Okay, so if we go back to this thing here, so how do we solve this? How can we ensure? Oh my God, Raps is here. Hey Raps, what's up, my friend? Are you good? Good, man, good. You probably noticed I haven't streamed in many months. I haven't streamed in many months, and then I came back maybe a week or so ago. Give me 1 second, just one moment. My wife is saying something. You graduated in September. Good evening, YouTube. I'm building a programmer network. You can go to www.programmer.network. Wait, I have told you. I think you maybe did. I don't actually remember. That's awesome, man. Congrats. That is amazing. Congrats. Give me 1 second. So yeah, it would be really nice if we can kind of just finish this. I got a little bit derailed with the discussion, but it's fine. Where was this? Where were we? I kind of... Of course, man. I mean, the thing is, predominantly a lot of us in this industry are nerds, right? And nerds oftentimes, especially more junior people, forget that. And this is what most people in their career are going to learn. As you move towards, like, what does it mean being, for example, I work as a tech lead and team lead past maybe 5, 6, 7 years. And once you get into leadership roles, you realize that it's really all about return on investment, ROI, COGS, and some of these metrics, right? And of course, code always matters. Code is important. You want to be able to build your product, to extend it, etc., etc. But fundamentally, it's always a function of time, money, time and money, basically, right? So for instance, juniors are very prone of saying, let's just build it ourselves, right? And this is very junior type of thing, because if such person would sit for 1 minute and calculate the amount of time it would take to build something versus, for example, pay for a service that solves the problem, that sentence would have never been said, right? So when it comes to programming, really, it's like, hey, we have this business, we are a startup. You know that 80% of the companies fail. 80% of startups actually fail without even making any money, right? So you're always thinking, crap, how can I pick some technology where I can hire people quickly, because hiring is very expensive, it's very hard. So how can I, how can I, do this very quickly? How can I find these people that can just start and be as productive as they possibly can be instantly, right? So this is really what it often is about, right? The only really people that care about code is the nerds, and younger they are, more they care, right? As you move in your career, more and more you just focus on the value. You focus on the outcome, and you focus on the value, right? Because somebody needs to pay these salaries, right? They don't pay them. They're not going to pay themselves. So I don't actually know. So how do we handle with this state now? Because we can see that. Let's actually print that again. Did I remove that thing? Or maybe we don't have to do that now, I guess. Window.history, right? Have you tried Remix? I don't remember. Let me check. Remix. I think, yeah, I think I've seen this. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah. The thing is, to be very honest with you, I'm not a fan of these types of things, right? I hate complicated things, right? I like simple things. I've actually seen this before, and as soon as I read full stack web framework, it's not for me. I generally don't use this type of stuff, this monolithic coupled things, right? Because I simply don't have a need for that. I need a simple UI library like React, plain React, literally just React components, the router, and that's it. That's what I need for nearly every application out there is almost sufficient. You might or might not have some sort of a hook for fetching data. This is up to you. Like, you can use it or not. It doesn't really matter. So these types of things I don't use because they provide more trouble to me personally than the value, right? Because I build my UIs okay, let's just focus on a couple of questions. What do you do if you are working in a company that has outdated stack? Actually, let me just open the questions here. Twitch chat. I don't know if they're going to be here. Okay. What do you do if you're working in a company that has outdated stack or their own custom framework? Modern companies will ignore you because you don't have the experience. This was perfect. Look at this. This is literally what we were just discussing. What do you do if you're working in a company that has outdated stack or their own custom framework, right? This is literally what we just discussed now, how troubling this is. Modern companies will ignore you because you don't experience in the last area, but you can't experience in React, but it feels like I mean, the thing is, so let me tell you one thing. So maybe 10 years ago or so, I was, or maybe a little bit less, I was working at one of the boot camps. I was teaching. I was a mentor. I was a technical expert was my role, and I was teaching plain JavaScript, right? Back in the day when I was learning JavaScript, many of these frameworks, apart from Knockout and Ember.js, didn't exist. So you really had to have insanely good JavaScript core knowledge. And this is something that gives me a lot of faith. Whenever I'm using any of these tools, it takes a day to learn them because it's the same recycled crap, right? So to answer this question, and what I'm saying is related to this, I think having a good base understanding of the core language is fundamental if you want to not worry about which UI library you're using, because fundamentally all of them are nearly identical, right? They all have some routing capabilities, they all handle state in this way or that way, etc., etc. So if I'm you, I'm now answering your personal question. Personally, I think you should, if you haven't, maybe you did, but if you haven't, try to focus on understanding the JavaScript language and all of the constraints and all of the features on which all of these UI libraries are built. That's fundamental. This is a business issue, right? You cannot affect this much, right? Because let me put this in perspective, right? You have this right now, right? And I've been there. I worked at a company called Grid42 before. They had the same issue. So this is how it is, right? Think about it this way. Let me show you why this is hugely problematic, right? Because let me just try to slowly break this down. You have a system that is outdated, right? But you have to break down and describe what that means, right? Because we don't evaluate the quality of a product by the modern tool that it uses or it doesn't use. So when you say we have a system that's outdated, you have to describe what is the problem of the system, right? And the problem can be this, right? It can be something like poor developer experience. It can be, like you claimed, well, personal development lacks, right? For example, you're basically saying Alex lacks. You're saying, Alex, I wish I was using something more useful to me long term. This is what I'm hearing you saying, right? Okay, so this seems to be more an issue of a personal development rather than this stack being wrong. I mean, unfortunately, you can't do much, right? You just have to learn these tools, right? And you just have to learn it, and you have to interview a lot. That's really it. I can't give you much there, right? Node.js is using, so for example, PayPal uses Node.js, right? Many companies use JavaScript in the backend, yes. Node.js is PayPal is one of them, right? Good evening, Bolivar. There's nothing wrong. JavaScript in the backend is used everywhere. It's probably one of the most used, if not the most used. Let's take a look at Stack Overflow trends, for example. Yeah, that's, I don't know, it's kind of lagging a bit. Python. Just to let people know that I already had talked with the CEO. He's a dev who doesn't want to learn new tech, claims that the old stuff is better than the new one. What can I say? Sorry, I got a little bit deranged with so many different types of statements. I think fundamentally what I can see more and more whenever I come back streaming is really, let me show you. Let me just show you one thing. I think the only thing that I really see day by day in is this, right? I have recorded this video called Influencer Driven Development a couple of months ago, and this video more and more sums up exactly things that I talk about very often, right? And this is kind of very nice for me that I can internalize these issues that I see in the community. Like a lot of people, a lot of you, some of you, many of you, whatever, I don't want to insult anybody. I know that some people here are very experienced. A lot of you are influenced way too much. A lot of you are influenced by all of these YouTubers who might be, for the most part, for the content's sake, be hating on something that they actually never used, never did anything with, just for the sake of views. For example, it's very popular to hate on JavaScript, right? It's very popular at times to hate on something and love of something. And this herd sheep mentality is really very concerning. Every single technology out there is used. PHP is used, JavaScript is used, C# is used, Haskell is used, Clojure is used, Cobol is used, everything is used, right? And if you seek for these things, I mean, you will find them everywhere. Like nodejs is probably one of the most used APIs technologies currently, if not top 3 for sure, right? And again, it's because of reasons that not the reasons that you think. It's because it's easy to hire, it takes very little time to build things very quickly, etc., etc., etc. So again, if you focus a little bit more on ignoring the content creators and focusing on the value and building things, and then you will understand more a little bit why you should not listen to people on the internet and YouTube, or even listen to me in a sense of what you should use. Use whatever you can to build things, because at the end of the day, it's really the things that you have built which are a reflection of your skills and your understanding, etc., etc. If you're not building anything, nobody cares about what you're talking about. And this is always something that I say in the stream. If you haven't used something in production, if you haven't, I mean, this is my golden rule. For those of you who watched my stream for a little bit longer time, I will never, ever, ever talk or form opinions of things that I haven't used in production, because I find it meaningless. I find it absolutely meaningless to provide such opinions on things that I don't have experience on. I mean, all of us have opinions of everything, of course. But what is the relevance? What is the value of just saying something out of my ass? Cobol sucks ass. Why, Alex? It sucks, right? Why? I heard a guy on YouTube videos saying that it sucks, right? I mean, come on, man. Grow up, Are you fucking 7 years old, dude? Don't form opinions like that, man. Either form them by doing something, or don't form them at all. It's pointless. There's no point in doing that. It's just childish. I don't know. I can't. I have a hard time accepting that. Yeah. Oof. All right. How can I Give me 1 second. Let me just move this here a bit, and then let's see if there's any other statements. I think I have to go. It's over midnight here. Let's see if there's any other interesting claims. Otherwise, let's just round it up. Let me maybe turn this off. Give me 1 second, Twitch chat. I had 2 interviews where I got to the last round, but we couldn't make a deal, or they picked other candidates. Tronic, let me just tell you one thing. I've been hiring past couple of years several times, and I can tell you that for every position I was hiring for, I got hundreds of people apply. So I would say that it could be what you're saying, but it also could be that it has nothing to do with that. Hiring is a very expensive process. It's very unfair. Whatever fair, we need to have a definition of what fair is. But keep in mind that hiring is very random, man. Because again, if you're ever wondering how it works, just put yourself in your position, in the position of those who hire, right? It's random, man. You try to narrow down to few candidates whenever you can, because it's so expensive to talk to people, right? Because whenever you're hiring, you need to appoint 1 or 2 or 3 people from your organization, developers, to help with it. And when you do so, what are you doing? Well, you're using their time on, like not writing code, but talking to candidates that 99.9% of them you will not hire, or 99% you will not hire, because you're hiring 1 person maybe, whatever, right? But it's just how it is, man. Hiring is very difficult, and you just it's a statistical game. You just have to keep on applying, and one time you are the statistical error, basically. That's literally what it is. So that's just how it is, right? Literally, that's just how it is. It helps a lot as you grow in your career, as you work more and more, as you have better CV. Can I have your opinion on blockchain and Web3 bubble? I think you should be very careful of taking my opinion as important here, because that's obviously not my domain. What I can tell you is based on the crypto and based on I think like I've been in the product development for sufficient amount of years today. I support clients at work. I fix their issues over calls, blah 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 blah. And I can tell you that the biggest problem with the solutions that these things offer is that nobody cares about these solutions, nor anybody finds these things to be a problematic thing, right? So for example, Web3 and all of that is like, these things in some twisted reality are a great thing, or maybe humanity should go there. But like, if you talk to an average human every day, even if you talk about crypto to an average person, which is 98% of people, my wife is not gonna come to me and be like, man, I wish, yeah, exactly. Data belongs to the user. I mean, be honest with yourself. I think these questions are so easy to answer, because if you go to an average friend of yours and say, what do you think about Web3? They will be like, what? Web what? If you ask them what is a web browser, they were gonna be like, what web browser? You mean Internet Explorer? Is that the web browser? You get what I mean? So these problems are only such a small top of the iceberg of nerds is even aware that these problems exist. At least today, I'm not being pessimistic. I really hope, as that type of nerd, I truly hope that we do see these things living up to the expectations, right? But I think that the world is dealing with so many problems, man. We have endless wars. We have, I think 900 million people are starving, literally not having food. 900 million, almost 1 billion people are actually starving, right? So I think that I don't know. I don't see that these things are something that humanity cares about right now. So this is not to make these things not like irrelevant. It's more to say that there's so many other issues today that I don't think that people care much about it. That's the problem. So maybe that technology came way ahead of the time, right? That is maybe the problem, right? It's just simply some solutions come way ahead of time, right? Because again, I'm just trying to be logical always. Whenever I think about these things, I'm just trying to be logical. It's like, okay, if I go outside now and ask 10 people about Web3, I'm almost 100% sure that none of them will even know what that is. If I ask them about privacy, they might have heard something, sure, but then I'm sure that I'm going to find their Facebook and Twitter and stuff fully open, right? And their passwords are like password 123. So an average human today is so illiterate in technology that for one to make this group of people interested in everybody owning their data, I'm just skeptical, because I don't think that the average human cares. Or maybe they do care, but then you need to push this through the governments, you need to push this through places which are bureaucratically absolutely hell, right? So you would need to go to your government and say, yeah, let's make, whatever. But fundamental problem isn't really that. It's people just, I don't know. Do you encrypt your data just in the DB at rest, or do you also encrypt yourself before adding to DB? So Cassie, I'm using Postgres and Redis, and I'm encrypting it when I'm backing it up, and I think it's encrypted, of course, by default on a database level. But I'm doing nothing special with I'm doing nothing really special with the encryption. I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary with the encryption. Yeah, it's just a Postgres database with Redis. Postgres is amazing. I think Postgres is, I don't know. I love Postgres. I think Postgres it's cheap, it's easy to host, it's so easy to scale. It's so old, right? It's 30 years old or whatever, 20, 30 years old. It's insane, right? Postgres is, I don't know. I don't think that sure, sometimes you need something like Neo4j or some graph oriented thing, but Postgres is, for I think majority of use cases of nearly any product you're building, it's amazing, right? MongoDB, Cassandra, and some of these NoSQL solutions, they had their 5 minutes of glory maybe 10 years ago because their REPL is written in JavaScript and it's very easy, and it has this method chaining API like collection.find or whatever, right? So they did a well thing there, but I think yeah, I don't know, MongoDB and some of these things are also nice for certain problems. They solve some problems really well, but if you need an overall good database solution for most things, that will be Postgres for sure, right? I think there's very hard to write. MongoDB, problem with MongoDB mainly is that it's not relational. So, I mean, actually, it's not a problem. It's both a feature and a problem. The core issue that people make is that they make basic mistakes when choosing a database. Like, your data model is the most important part of your application by far, because if you fuck up your data model, your APIs are going to suck, your queries are going to be slow, your UI is going to struggle, everything's going to be bad. So if you choose MongoDB for highly relational problem, you failed miserably. End of story. If you need super fast reads and writes of flat, unstructured, schemaless documents, you go for Mongo. You don't go for Mongo when you need relations, when you need joins, when you need So you don't build a social platform in Mongo. That is beyond idiocracy, right? And I remember around a decade ago, MongoDB, I remember their first website. Their main example in the documentation was how to build a social platform in MongoDB. And I was thinking, man, why the hell would you do that? I mean, that makes absolutely no sense, right? It's like, exactly. Postgres has JSON-B now. If you don't, I can tell you that based on the experience of some other people that I work with, my CTO Ole, who used to run the huge engineering team at Trustpilot, I can tell you that MongoDB for them was very expensive and very, very, very painful, right? Postgres whatsoever is, I don't know. It's absolutely amazing. I love it. Cool, friends. Good. Everything depends. Absolutely. That's my point. No, certainly. The main point of every point that I make is that you choose a tool for the problem that arose, the problem that you thought about, etc. As I always say, you don't wake up and you learn how to use a jigsaw randomly. I guess when you need to use a jigsaw, you came to a problem where you needed to cut some piece of wood or whatever. So it's the same with these things. The core point is, if you mess up, if you choose a bad database, a database that's not meant to solve a specific problem, that is, in my experience, the most drastic mistake you can make in a full stack product. If you don't design your tables properly, your data, this usually has a chain reaction to everything else, to your API, to your UI, to other services, etc., right? And I've seen this happen with MongoDB more than I've seen happen with Postgres, because people use MongoDB today for everything, primarily because, number one, it's part of every single beginner tutorial. It's pretty simple to get started with. But then if you take that thing and then apply it to every single problem, then you have an actual problem, right? Whatever the terminology is, yeah, you could say decision-making framework, for sure. Friends, I gotta go. Absolutely, I think they are. But there's even greater databases for as general purpose than Mongo. But I agree with you. For sure. Oof, man, this is, I think, the longest stream that I've ever had, actually. Yeah, this is definitely the longest stream that I've ever had. It's, what is it? It's 5 hours? Yep, 5 hour stream. I don't think that I've ever had this before. Likewise, guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I clearly had fun, because I wouldn't have stayed for 5 hours. I need to round up now. My wife and kid are sleeping, and my wife is woke up and said I'm too loud, so I need to shut up a bit and just go sleep. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I hope you had some fun. We had some heated discussions here. I hope you don't mind. It's good sometimes to have some of these just for some sense of clarity. And yeah, I will see you guys soon again. Phil, thank you very much, man, for being here as well. I appreciate that a lot. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, everybody. Good night.